wonderful presentation. It was quite encompassing. Now, I think it was sometime in 2015 that United Nations came together and they were deliberating on how to make the world better. And they came up with an agenda, the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. They had about 17 points. And the fifth point on that agenda focused on equality and diversity. Um, the moderator before we joined, Reverend Chima, was talking about how disfranchised we women are in the industry. It is common knowledge. I mean, just look around the room. I give you the permission. Just turn around and look around. Number of women in the housing sector, in the real estate business. Now, if you back to your question, how can we resolve these issues? The federal government, in its own way, to try and adhere to this agenda that UN came up with in 2015, we have less than 6 years to actually fulfill the, or go, or even tick the checklist on the agenda. A lot has been done. Federal government has done. They've introduced government policies. Sorry, I'm not very used to this, so I might need to turn. So they've introduced government policies that would aid gender inclusion. They've started it on a national level. It's called the National Gender Policy. To a large extent, on the national level, it's working, but we need to go down to the grassroots so that from there you can encourage women to come up. If you want to cut a tree and you start from the top, there's no the tree will grow back again. This gender bias needs to be addressed from the root. So we need to go back to the roots, to the local level, and see how we can implement these policies on the local level. That's one way of reducing it. Introducing initiatives on a local level that will encourage women to get into this sector. My dear sister, in my previous life, I used to be an ex-banker before I got into real estate. She mentioned finance. I also feel that private sector can come up with 10 programs for women that would encourage them to go into this. I also to encourage field. If there's some sort of work-life balance, it can encourage women to join this space of the housing space. And then we can't overemphasize capacity building. Capacity building experience. We have gone through a lot of challenges and we'll mentor can grow in the industry. So capacity building is so with those it has to be
very much. Please clap for Mrs. Okoye. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. So I'll go with her and then we'll now close out with you. Thank you very much. Okay. So thank you for coming to Nigeria. Pleasure having you.
a step further than where we are now because of this cultural beliefs that hinder the woman from portraying her full potential in the development sphere of Africa is our customs. If only child, and this cultural beliefs have been displayed in several sectors, in the health sector, this economic sector, not display full potential. She was policies and laws. Of course, we have policies and laws on the books, but are these policies being implemented? Have we as women that try to fight to ensure that these policies go down the line, not only in the urban area? I've done a lot of studies in the rural areas where women are being marginalized, they are being abused, they are suffering domestic abuses. Though we have a policy in the Republic of Liberia, we call it the Domestic Abuse Act, passed into law, but it's not going down the line. So women are still being marginalized, they are being abused of their right to own land. He was talking about land, but woman land ownership is not being exercised in the rural area. If you are a girl child in certain part of Liberia, and maybe you are the first girl, the girl child, how you should develop. And not only in Africa, other countries. Okay, so the factor is we try to visit our customs, our cultural beliefs, and allow the girl child to show a chance to help you the guys, and development will go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Florence. Thank you for that. Now, just to add, I'm from the southeastern part of Nigeria, and there was a Supreme Court judgment because typically women were not allowed to own land in the southeast. You're not allowed to own land in south. Or actually acquire not own land, but actually inherit property from their fathers. Well, the Supreme Court's judgment states that women are allowed to inherit property from their fathers, but in many parts it's still very difficult to implement this judgment. So we still have areas. Thank you very much for that. So next question, which we'll have to take round up. Education can drive equality, especially in areas of construction and infrastructure development. And what I mean by that is, how do we go into the schools to get women involved in all the other technical aspects of construction and infrastructure development? It's very difficult to find a female tiler. It is very difficult to find female engineers in the construction sites. How do we get women involved in these areas? Thank you very much, please. A few minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you for warning me. When it comes to matter of women, I don't joke with it. Let's first start. When you talk of education, talk of formal and informal education. I ask all the ladies that are here, how many of you are conscious of who you are? Is there anybody that does not respect his mother? Is there anybody that is not in love with his daughter? That does not have much love for his wife? If you look at it from that aspect, you should be conscious of who you are as a woman. So the first education you need to know is self-awareness of who you are. So if you know you're a woman, you should not go down. Now, looking at the formal education, today I have my colleagues I'm a woman. I come from two backgrounds, northern and southern. But today I'm sitting here speaking about women. To my left, I have my colleagues who was in banking before, in our former life, she said, and we are here today. To my right, I have my learned colleague in law. Let it start from the self as a woman and now promote and self-awareness. Thank you.
Lucy, thank you very much for that. Thank you. That was fantastic. One more question. I got questions. And business, anyway.
I'd like, I mean, the answers given for your questions are very apt. And it actually addressed all the points that I raised: the government policies, the access to finance, capacity building. What role does media have? The role for media is to encourage and to create visibility for women, to celebrate women. There are lots of women that have made a success in this industry. Is to celebrate them and to encourage them and to create visibility for them. I think that addresses that.
Yes,
I don't want to
fantastic.
because of time.
Yes.
I won't want to go further.
Yes.
But I'll also want to mention just a point on your question on education. You see, my daughter recently graduated from university with a first-class honors in architecture, and I know that she struggled. At some point, she took a year gap, and my husband was saying to her, "Oh, why don't you go into interior decor?" That if it was my son, my husband wouldn't have mentioned that. But I went back. As a matter of fact, she worked with me for 1 year. After that, I, took her around some other colleagues that are women, and that gingered her. She went back to school and she completed her architectural degree. So it's encouragement, capacity building, mentorship. That is what we need to do as women. We need to mentor and encourage our fellow women, especially when they are disfranchised. There's a lot of disfranchisement going on. When you come into a sector that is predominantly male dominated, when you come in, the first thing they'll tell you is that you're aggressive. Oh, she's talking like a woman. See her, she's shouting like a woman. But we know what we have. We have to work twice as hard as you men to accomplish what we have done. So encouragement is all we need to create visibility for women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Foma. Thank you for that. And then, Florence, just 1 minute, please. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
She just mentioned what I intended saying. Developing a system of mentorship. In Liberia, you have like what you have to say. So the to
Thank you very much, Honorable Florence. Thank you. So I would like to thank my panelists for a wonderful session. We have just 2.
So, Risikas, you are the Beijing 2004 champion. I agree with all that you have said, in total. But I have a challenge with you women. You keep thinking that the men would gladly surrender this power to you. It's very, very impossible. Look at America. As developed as it is today, there hadn't been a woman president.
There will be one soon.
So there will be one. I agree with you.
Soon.
Look at Clinton when he was to elections in 2000 and whatever. Women in America that made him to win. So you women, how many of you have you supported? One, two. When it comes to some chores in life, feed life and pursue the goal together. In this, support yourselves. Power. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Time is running out, but I think gentlemen have 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Jeez.
1 minute. Let him just one. Yeah, we'll round up. Just 1 minute. Let him just finish.
Would you like to respond
Okay.
in kind?
Time
As
is
we
running
are running.
Because time is running out, let him ask his questions. I will respond, and that's it. Please.
Okay, I'm gonna find. Thank you very much. Just 1 minute we have. Thank you so much.
Listen to the discussions. I think they are very nice and we are getting better every day. In the past 20 to 30 years, if you get to a garden like this, we not see women. And also in the profession, we can clap ourselves that we are progressing. I also want to encourage, nobody will proclaim you. You have to push yourself up. You have to ensure that what a man can do, a woman can do it better. And so doing, we are on top of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Please. Please.
You find is this the
Thank you very much. I want to take it where if he pick it from the need of the issue of human participation. I sincerely am from women. There is a woman that of them. I have just 2 girls. Women. I sincerely hope also what yesterday there was a section here when we want to look at the income of household to grant mortgage. They only look at the man's income. Now, it's been said in some palace that women's money is their money. The man's money is the family money. And when the money comes, the woman keeps it so guidedly that the man may not know how much and what the woman use the money for. One thing about national aggregation or projects, the women may deliberately be sidelining themselves. So I'm talking about women participation. Women also need to stand up to be counted by putting things on the table so that they can be recognized.
Thank you very much for
Thank
that
you very much,
question.
Sarah.
Okay, so one panelist will answer the questions and then we'll wrap up, please.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, so I'll
Okay.
give the panelists some time to answer the question.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, sorry. I know, but time. We have a next session. So
Thank you very much.
I apologize for. I know many people want to ask questions, but I do apologize for having next session coming up. I'd like to thank my Rishi as well for coming. Thank you very much, and also Honorable Collins. Thank you. We need to have more of these sessions in future. Thank you very much, ladies, and thank you very much, members. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we appreciate the female panelists?
Can we have our group photograph, please, like all the
Let's
other
do it.
sessions? Thank you.
They will be taking a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate them one more time. They are the pillars of the nation, and we appreciate them so much. I would just love to say, a lot of people don't know, but the first female land black owner, that's African American owner, was Zipporah Potter Atkins. That was in 1720. She owned a home, and that is something that we should revere and actually acknowledge. Thank you very much. I will be calling for the next session. Who will be taking over is my trusted acquaintance and partner. I'll be calling on Ben 200 to take over. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, we're going to pause on that. We would like to call the panelists back. We need all the men to please take pictures with them as they have raised a very important point. So please, I would like the men and all the protocols to please take pictures with the women to show them honor and respect. Thank you very much. Ben 200 will be taking over.
Thank you very much. We just love Nigerian women. It's only when you don't favor them that they complain. When they on the party, they want you. They are involving men. It's okay. Thank you very much, our panel. Your time has expired. You can move now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's a photo snapping portion outside. Can we just go there and take the remaining pictures? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For those in front, you can move now. Thank you. Thank you. We have another very important, equally important activity to do. So we'll not allow your own to dampen it, especially as my Oga directly, the MD is in the house. We cannot keep him waiting for too long. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly we will open up the discussion. And while we are waiting, may I especially appreciate the Counselor for Political Affairs, Embassy of the Republic of Liberia, Professor Tunde Spencer. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you for coming to be with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the discussions around financing the need this issues as they relate to the FS and institutional enabler. Thank you very much. We have the entire members of staff. The only people we left at the office at Gateman, the two policemen who are guarding the office. But everybody at FMBN is here because of the importance of this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are going quickly into it. Especially recognize and appreciate the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. May I especially appreciate you. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have you. May I also especially appreciate being invited, and I hope they are here. here the director of the Federal Housing Authority or his representative, Honorable Oyetunde Ojo. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we extended invitation and they assured us that they were going to be here. The Nigeria Labour Congress, the representative of the president, Comrade Joe Ajero, is also expected to be in front. Please put your hands together for him. I want to appeal to those of us in front to allow the MD to sit properly. Ushers, can we rearrange the front area? Can we relocate the MD to his proper position in front here? Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. You can't be the MD of the FMBN and be sitting at the corner. It's not possible. Not with the great things you are doing. Please sit down, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, sir. And so very quickly, we'll also especially appreciate the representative of the president of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, Mr. Festus Osifo. We extended an invitation and he said he was going to join us. Thank you. Also, the DG of NECA, Mr. Adewale Oyerinde, was also invited. Representative here. Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Thank you for doing a good job. We'll also want to specially appreciate the representative of AG Mortgage Bank PLC, representative of the FHA Mortgage Bank, representative of the City Code Mortgage Bank, Home Base Mortgage Bank, and the Nigeria Police Mortgage Bank. Please put your hands together for them. If you are seated at the back, we'll like to come to the front, please. Also with us today, we want to specially appreciate some developers who've worked with us over the years. We appreciate Perfect Estate Developers, Afra General Enterprise, Plural Development Limited, ASD Engineering Services, Mafas Investment Limited. Please, the representatives, you can move to the front because this is our time, and thank you very much. Also, ASD Engineering Services, Continental Civil and General Construction Limited, and Caesarly Nigeria Limited. And we have Dr. Ibukun Adebayo, CEO of Real. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate them. They're all our invitees for this session, and we thank them for the work they are doing. I also especially appreciate our directors, our executive directors who have worked with us, who are making life easy at the office and also for our clients. May I especially appreciate and welcome the executive director in charge of loans and mortgage services, Honorable Ibidakpo. And then we have also executive director, my direct boss, in charge of business development and portfolio management, Mrs. Chinenye Anosike. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Number 4 is not around. Okay. All right, we want to also specially appreciate our panel moderator. Is a professional athlete, surveyor, and I actually should add Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, MD CEO of Copen Group, former president of Redan. Please put your hands together for him. And is the coordinator of the land reform team put together by the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. It's doing well for us at that point. Chairman, Housing Institution Reform Task Team is also here, Mr. Adedeji Adesimoye. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Also here, we have the representative of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC. when I come, just quickly go and buy the Dr. Put your hands up for him. Also, MD FHA Hayatuddin Atiku Awal. Thank you, sir, for your honor. Also here, man who made, who all that ceiling. There's nothing that is true. She's managing of associate Madam Ahmed. Please put your hands together for her. We will continue to take recognitions, but we cannot do just that this morning, as we have a lot of other things to quickly add to what we are doing. May I especially also appreciate members of the AIHS. Please, can we clap for them? They've been working round the clock to ensure that this is a success. And indeed, we have tried so far to put this into a good perspective. May I also especially appreciate some of our board members in person. We have the former president of UMBAM, Sani Akinlosi. Please put your hands together for him. Also with us is Hakim, CEO of Exit for him. We will go on. We will open this and then we'll distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event hosted by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. It is an honor to host here as we embark on this exciting journey under the theme Housing Need Financing, particularly the new dawn at the FMBN. Housing is a fundamental human need and a cornerstone of sustainable development. And for decades, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria has been at the forefront of addressing this critical need. Financial commitment, the FMBN has empowered countless Nigerians to realizing the dream of house ownership. Today, as we gather to discuss housing need and the promising future that lies ahead. This indeed is a new dawn. It represents vision. It represents a redefined approach to tackling the housing challenges that confront us. It is the new dawn not only because we have a brand new MD, but because we have one whose vision, inspiration, and whose with the original plan and those who set up the bank. I think we can clap for him properly. And so to begin properly, we will ladies and gentlemen, begin is a speak when us gather to talk about policy. Member of AIHS is the managing director and chief executive officer of Eximia Realty Limited. Let's welcome Mr. Hakim Oguniran for the opening remarks. Please, can we clap for him? That's a moving train. whatever he says works in the housing sector. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, on behalf of AIHS Board, we'd like to especially welcome you once again to this session. We've had very good 2 days, and I'm sure you've also seen what we've done this morning. But this particular session is very, very critical for us. As you know that the Federal Ministry of Housing is doing a lot through the renewed Hope Housing Program. 4 teams were inaugurated at the beginning of this year. I happen to be one of the teams. And you can see a lot of institutional reform, a lot of policy reforms, which are taking place on present. Occupies a pivotal position in the housing delivery processes in Nigeria. Apart from the fact that they offer the only known, I mean, a lot of people say they offer single-digit mortgage. I know of a federal mortgage. Maybe my president will point us to those, you know. But on a more serious note, that we can benefit creatively and pragmatically with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. And I'm particularly delighted that they've also taken the initiative this year to sponsor and to lead this year. The MD is one of us, you know, so he knows where the shoes are pinching. We've all been crying together in the sector, and now he's in the driver's seat. And in the few months that he's occupied that position, we've seen the kind of moves which he has made. And I have no doubt in my mind that this morning we are in for a very good ride. I think information dissemination is very critical. A lot of the times, our MDAs, they do a lot of things that we are not aware. That is why this session is of paramount consideration to us at IHS. I want to encourage you to sit down to relax and advantage of what, you know, they say, if you have not had your, and you have the opportunity to see the king, you should be yawning. You know, we have a king in the sector here this morning. So let's see the point to yawn before him so that we'll know what our problems are. Once again, I'd like to welcome us. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. As it is customary with him, he will shift responsibility and shift honor what he's for us. Thank you very much. After of course, is taking a look at what we have done at the Federal Mortgage Bank, and particularly share with us what is to come. And that's why this is very important. Since it's served at the FMBN to bring life, to bring happiness, and to change how work used to be. With our current MD, we are more digital, more people-friendly, more people-focused, and it's no bad idea that we are keying into this conference, into this very celebrated conference, an exhibition show, where all and this year we are for income earners. Somebody said the low income, the people who eat more. If you enter a restaurant, the rich man will eat mildly, but the low income earner will eat a lot. In fact, they know the meal them by their name. Enter a restaurant, you see the man ordering like 3 eggs, 2 runabouts, 1 flyover. Your tummy, and that's why you don't have a house. Because you have eaten it. And earlier we had women. I used to think that foundation before was just cement. I really thought growing up that foundation was real makeup. Our mothers will just apply powder or pancake and rub their cheeks, and there can be oil on their forehead. But nowadays, when a woman tells you she wants to build foundation, she will rub 3 things first. She will call eyebrow, she will add 2 other finishing spray. That is enough to build a house. Please, let's clap for the women. I'm not against them. Truly, growing up, I knew that foundation was just powder and eye pencil. In Lagos, they add small tiro. Well, thank you, women, for making life better for us. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, any chance that course be on a new dawn at the FMBN. But to bring us up to speed is also one who has worked with us, who has thought around these issues, and who is ready to share his mind with us. Ready. Focused by the man who for the job before he got his appointment later. As soon as he came into office, he hit the ground running, put everybody together and said, look, whatever we have been doing before, we need to double our hustle, make it better, and make the people more satisfied. I wanted to tell you all the successes he has achieved in the short time he's been in office, but you will hear it later on. Let's find out from his heart what it is. But before then, we will take a very short documentary that will expose and prepare us for that discussion to come. If our technical crew is ready, I think the audience is also ready. Let's go to the screen right now and listen on MBN. Please put your hands together, both for crew and members of staff. Technical people are ready. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now to take, I've been told that we're working on that documentary. It will be following our message of welcome. And of course, to be able to do that for us, is the Group Head Strategy and Performance Management, Mr. Oladapo Fake. Please put your hands together for him.
The Managing Director, Chief Executive of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, the Executive Directors, the members of the board of the Africa International Housing Show, our distinguished guests, and other eminent persons here present. It's an honor to be here to welcome all of us to this August occasion. There is a Swahili proverb that says, "Let the guests come in so that the host may benefit." Let the guests come in so that the host may benefit. Is that we're happy that all of you are here as invited guests. It is on note that FMBN has had a very checkered history over the years, and the good news is that we are at the cusp of a new dawn. So today is to showcase the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria in view of its very pivotal role in the dreams and actions provide us to share in the dreaming with us as well. For the purpose of this occasion, today is FMBN Day in the 18th edition of the Africa International Housing Show. We have a rich array of activities to tingle your senses and to broaden your minds, as well as also to receive feedback from you, our eminent stakeholders. So it is therefore my pleasure to welcome all of us to this occasion. That is my role. But before I take my seat, in the course of the preliminaries, the MC for today mentioned the fact that all members of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria are all here present. It's therefore my honor, and I consider it a privilege, to kindly invite all my colleagues who are here inside the hall to please rise up for recognition as proud members of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria family. May we all please rise wherever we may be and appreciate ourselves. Thank you very much. No, except the MD and the EDs, please. You are the main host, so we are just supportive. So please, let's continue to rise up. We have a tradition in the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, and I want us to showcase that tradition to the world so that they know we may not have started it, but we have put our imprint on that tradition. So my fellow colleagues, we know our Atama. We're going to demonstrate it to the world so that they know it's a tradition of unity, it's a tradition of energy, it's a tradition of success. So my fellow colleagues, let's free our hands and go. Atama, 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 Labako, 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 Labarina, Labarina. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. And we all welcome all of us to this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very entertaining and energetic. I'm going to segue on clapping. That was, now I know I have a call and response. So if I say Atama is one, right? So I'm going to use it as I introduce the documentary. I'm just going to gaze straight at the media team to make sure they have the documentary ready. Yes, I love it. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria has a short documentary titled A New Dawn at FMBN. So, Atama, Labako, at Labaco, La Barina. Ladies and gentlemen, a new dawn, a round of applause as we play the documentary. Thank you very much.
Nigeria has an estimated population of about 200 million people. Nearly half the number are in and the Nigerian constitution. Economic realities developing countries like Nigeria, this right seems like a luxury from the grasp of the larger population. Data by the World Population Review estimates that about 24 million Nigerians are homeless, making Nigeria the country with the highest number of homeless persons in the world. From the difficulty in acquisition and high cost of land to the cost of building materials, labor, and expertise, there is often too much financial burden for low and medium income earners to bear. This often forces individuals to take the cheaper alternative of living in environments and houses below standards. The result of this over time is a housing deficit currently standing at about 28 million housing units, according to recent data. The struggle to bridge this deficit and provide citizens with good affordable shelter is the priority of any well-meaning government, hence the conceptualization of a federal mortgage system in Nigeria decades ago. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, following the Indigenization Act of 1973, replaced the pre-independence Nigerian Building Society. It has a mandate to, among other things, provide long-term credit facilities to mortgage institutions in Nigeria, mobilize both domestic and offshore funds into the housing sector, link the capital market with the housing industry, establish and operate a viable secondary mortgage market, and collect and administer the National Housing Fund in accordance with the provisions of the NHF Act. Over 50 years after its establishment, the FMBN is doing everything within its means to fulfill its mandate and keep up with the housing needs of Nigerians. It has moved up from basically accommodating Nigerians in the formal sector and contributors to the National Housing Fund to evolving strategies and processes, launching several products that will benefit all Nigerians in both the formal and informal sectors. The National Housing Fund is perhaps one of the biggest products administered by the FMBN. The contributory system homes of up to 30 years. For the NHF loan, any Nigerian above the age of 18 who is an NHF contributor can access up to 50 million naira to build their own home and pay over a period of 30 years at 6% interest rate. While the NHF individual construction loan offers the repayment period and interest as money from thousands of beneficiaries spread across the country of the fund's impact on Nigerians.
The Federal Mortgage Bank initiative is a good way to lessen the burden on the government and on the private sector in providing very decent accommodation for people.
Getting a home through mortgage, I think, is the best thing anybody can do. It's just the best because I pay with ease.
I want to believe to a larger extent people think it's impossible. But no, it's not impossible. When you put your mind and you're determined, you can be able to achieve. It's achievable. And then I have been able to also achieve and benefit from the construction loan of the Federal Mortgage Bank.
The rent-to-own scheme is another product within the FMBN that has transformed several Nigerian tenants into landlords over the years. This plan is available to any app contributors seeking flexible without breaking the bank, with repayment period of up to 30 years. The product allows contributor move into a property and paid monthly to own the home with zero equity at a 7% interest rate. Depending on income strength, Nigerians are provided an easy opportunity to have a place they can call home. Many beneficiaries also attest to the efficacy of this product as a plan to owning their own homes.
All you need as a Nigerian worker is just ensure that your employer is contributing to the National Housing Fund. As long as you are contributing to the National Housing Fund, it becomes a right to you to own.
Very convenient to own that scheme runs yearly in bulk, and that is very, very convenient.
Like the home and for the purpose of existing properties. The Cooperative Housing Development Loan for both the formal and informal sectors is a package designed to accommodate existing cooperatives as well as Nigerians with common goals to form cooperatives with their housing specifically designed by the FMBN. Under this loan scheme, cooperative societies can now acquire land titles from government and develop housing units with loans from the FMBN for their members. This effectively erases the constraints otherwise faced by the average Nigerian, as well as fulfill the federal government's mass housing scheme. The number of beneficiaries under this product is on the rise.
We now had a dream that we should have, should provide shelter for our members. So we got this land, 5 acres of land, we got the documents, the CO and everything, we got the approval. And when the year of fund came in, we had no money to fund, but we now applied to FMBA to get the fund, and it was approved.
The FMBN is also on the verge of introducing other new products to serve the housing needs of its customers. One of such products is the Nigerians in the Diaspora Mortgage Loan. Others are the Rental Assistance Loan and the Home Improvement Loan for the informal sector, which have only been recently approved by the bank. The Trade Union Consultative Association NECA to ease its processes, foster, understand, have much greater impact on Nigerians with regards to their housing needs. Till date, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria has disbursed hundreds of billions of naira. The responsibility of running with the shoulders of leaders, and on this score, the FMBN counts itself lucky. In February 2024, a new executive management was appointed to drive the affairs of the bank under the leadership of Shehu Osidi, a worthy candidate with consummate passion and requisite experience in the mortgage and housing sector. Other members of the management team are Honorable Mohammed Sani Abdu, Executive Director, Loans and Mortgage Services; Ibidapo Odojukon, Executive Director, Finance and Corporate Services; and Mrs. Chinenye Anosike, Executive Director, Business Development and Portfolio Management. The focus is to transform the bank into a global competitor in the mortgage industry, a 7-point agenda has been carefully considered and adopted to achieve this goal. Items on the agenda include automation, cost efficiency, increasing credit quality, reducing effective project management, expanding strategic partnerships, enthroning a performance management system, and standardized capacity building, talent management. To actualize the vision of the bank, as well as make a mark for itself, the new management of the bank literally hit the ground running. From after state management of the bank has not relented in putting modalities in place to achieve its mandate. The new leadership is also ramping up efforts in creating, implementing, and executing projects across the country in order to provide the houses that contributors can access through mortgage loans. New projects are being flagged off across the country.
Called in February this year, breaking ceremony for 3,112 housing units at Karsana in Abuja under a global plan to deliver 100,000 houses across the country, starting with 50,000 houses as first phase. Now, in order to upscale the supply of houses, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria provided a 100 billion optical guarantee to the consortium of developers that are building, delivering those houses so that they can access funding to build the houses. And once are constructed, we will then provide mortgage financing.
In the area of loan provision, the race is on. In line with these, the Federal of Nigeria has increased its maximum loan limit from 15 million naira to 50 million naira as part of efforts to ensure equitable access to decent and affordable housing for all categories of contributors to the NHF scheme.
We are also sustaining the equity reduction regime. Before now, these individuals that are taking facilities to property, this has now been reduced to 10%, especially for loans of 50 million.
Of the or provision of 100 billion naira off-taker guarantee for the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program. Projects under this special program have already been flagged off across the country. As a catalyst for investments in Nigeria, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is thinking outside the box to pursue and explore collaborations with partners from within and outside the country, all in a bid to come up with innovative ways to provide not only the best services for customers of the bank, but also affordable mortgages for all Nigerians desirous of owning their own homes. With the new leadership, its UN as the challenge of housing industry. After all,
we should clap for them. That applause was small because it was meant for those who put the documentary together. Now I need us to clap for the bank. Thank you very much. We especially appreciate the Head Corporate Affairs Office of NECA, Madam Judith. Welcome. Please put together. We have Shelter Afrique is the regional lead, North American head, is also the head partner the public sector. There are a lot more people that we should recognize, but I will appeal to us that we should just go straight into the next introduction, because this is key. And those who work with me understand that we try very hard to get everybody to listen. We wanted to put ceiling in this place, but the ceiling is stuck in the sea so that you will not hear it when it's raining. But next time we'll just put something to cover it. The very important decision coming up after is to find out in the heart of our lead presenter what exactly it is. But who is our lead presenter for today? He is a distinguished banker and a mortgage finance professional with over 30 years experience. He was appointed as the new MD and Chief Executive on February 14. He's a great one because that's Valentine's Day. So he comes to us with a lot of love in his heart. For those who studied his background, they told us he's from Nasarawa here, but that's where he started his background work. He previously served as Special Assistant on Housing and Chief of Staff to the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. His career spans over 4 commercial banks in Nigeria, where he demonstrated exceptional financial acumen. His tenure at Afribank Nigeria PLC from 2007 to 2010 was particularly notable, transforming a loss-making branch into a profitable one. Joining FMBN in 2010, he rose to the prominence and leading the Special Products Group and pioneering innovative housing financing solutions such as the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, Rent-to-Own Scheme, and the Home Renovation Loan. And that's the one I want to come and collect with my colleague. But his contribution to FMBN's historic milestones in 2017 to 2022, including the creation of over 14,000 housing units and significant debt recovery, was something that is still being talked about. And this underscores his expertise in international housing finance. He also played a pivotal role in developing the collaborative National Affordable Housing Program 2008 in its first. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those who understand him, started humbly at Bayero University, Kano. He attended the prestigious institutions like Harvard School and Wharton School, and his professional membership include the ACIPM, MNIM, HCIB, FCIA, and CNA. His relentless pursuit of positioned him as a transformative leader for FMBN. Under his leadership, stakeholders anticipate a new era of impact, housing reforms aligning with the president's vision. He's walking in it, he's living it, and today he will share with us what exactly it is. May I therefore invite for his presentation, the lead paper for today, drawn from his heart, our Managing Director and Chief Executive, Shehu Usman Osidi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to speak to us from his heart.
Thank you very much. When I listened to the MC, I was actually wondering whether he was talking about me. The chairman of AIHS, the representative of the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, the CEOs of ASO Savings and Loans, FHA Mortgage Bank, Copen Group, Perfect Estate, Mafas Investment, my brother, mentor, and chief advisor, whom I used to address as the life president of Umban, Mr. Kayode Omotosho. the former president of Umban, who is also a leading founder of that association, who provided a lot of guidance to the bank, Mr. Akin Lucy. You are most welcome. The SA to the executive governor of Ekiti State, I must tell a story that when he paid a courtesy visit to the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, I saw his cap and I addressed him as His Excellency. And he quickly said, I am not His Excellency, please, I still want to keep my job. My colleagues, distinguished panelists, my colleagues at the FMBN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are proud as a bank to mark this day, the first time in the 18 years of the African International Housing Show to celebrate ourselves as the premier mortgage institution in Nigeria. In conjunction with the organizers of the African International Housing Show, the FMBND is aimed at serving two critical purposes. First, to showcase the invaluable historic contributions of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to affordable housing in Nigeria over the years. And second, to unveil the potentials and strategic redirection of the bank to meet the growing challenges of housing in Nigeria under the new management. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that about 5 months ago, Mr. President graciously appointed a new executive management team to steer the ship of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Our coming on board comes at a time of a challenging macroeconomic environment characterized by high inflation, local currency devaluation, rising cost of housing construction, and deteriorating household income. Indeed, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, in September last year, projected Nigeria's housing finance gap at about 21 trillion naira. Similarly, a 2018 PwC survey revealed that over 75% of the nation's housing stock of 42 million units fails to meet UN Habitat standards. The report further estimates the value of debt capital, that is, unrealized earnings from housing assets with limited earning capabilities, at about $300 billion US, translating to 60% of our national GDP. Regardless of these national challenges, the bank has consistently served the needs of the Nigerian populace within the limit of its resources. Since its re-establishment in 1993, the bank has delivered about 39,000 new homes, about 25,500 mortgages, and over 120,000 macro housing loans, all within a single-digit interest rate lending regime. Under the National Housing Fund, it has registered 26,350 organizations and over 5.8 million cumulative contributors, with over 1 million accounting for the self-employed sector. The bank has disbursed the cumulative of 440 billion naira under its various loan windows to drive affordable housing finance for the Nigerian economy. To its record, the sum of 84.8 billion naira has been refunded to 492,604 contributors who exited the NHF scheme in line with the provisions of the NHF Act. Again, over the years, the bank has expanded its bouquet of loans from mortgage financing to housing construction to micro housing financing, and more recently, a rent-to-own product. With the rapidly changing landscape and growing need for affordable housing financing, FMBN's clientele base has widened from solely primary mortgage banks to private and public real estate developers, housing cooperatives, and now to individual additive contributors for home self-construction. The latest addition to its are home renovation, which are micro-housing loaned for, but not exclusive to the non-salaried informal sector. Though these numbers may seem modest, in the face of the yawning gaps in the housing sector, FMBN has not failed to be a major contributor to the development of the sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the current executive management design into an institution that delivers on its promises and is responsive to the yearnings and aspirations of its stakeholders, namely shareholders, contributors, loan beneficiaries, partners, as well as staff. Accordingly, after a critical examination of the bank and where it needs to be in the nearest future, the new executive management is subject of office in February this year, which include the following. 1, deepening process automation. This management team intends to recalibrate FMBN automation process to fully exploit all that technology can offer across all our business processes. In this wise, we are seeking to conclude the core banking application quickly and explore other ICT resources is the only path and the home ownership dream, but the young will level continue people who need. 2, promoting cost efficiency. Cost efficiency is going to be at the forefront of our operational and administrative transactions and engagements. We have deliberately employed the term cost efficiency rather than cost, so that we use frequency of life. While we will be competitive with the full benefits of the attainment of our vision and mission. We have been deliberate about this. Happy to inform this August gathering that we have had a remarkable reduction in our expenditure, while our income enhancing credit quality to reducing non-performing. It is an open secret that this great institution is heavily weighed down by non-performing. This new management has resolved to do it. We have started the journey towards this path. A few years ago, attached to the issue of non-performing loans, we inaugurated 7 teams to work on and recover delinquent loans across the 6 geopolitical zones of the Four, effective project management. One of the enablers of our aspirations, as outlined in the 5-year strategic plan, is effective project management. This pillar resonates with our plans to ensure effective and efficient project management across all our endeavors, whether under ICT, housing projects, or strategy execution. We will ensure projects are delivered timely, qualitatively, equip our staff and current project management skills, strategic partnerships. Under this program, we will be leveraging on a lot of collaborations to ensure FMBN continues to deliver on its promises. This will entail deepening and expanding our strategic partnerships with relevant local and foreign organizations to further the interests of the FMBN. We have commenced this with our recent engagements with the board and management of Shelter Africa Development Bank to look at various ways we can collaborate. An MOU in respect of this bilateral endeavor is about to be signed. We are working with NIDCOM on the NHF Diaspora Mortgage Loan. We have a lot of ongoing endeavors with other critical stakeholders as well. Some of them are here, including home development companies. We must continue engagements to drive the achievement of our corporate goals and resolve our challenges. We have also had engagements with other institutions like MOFI, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, FHA, Family Homes Fund, REDAN, NIDCOM, CIBN, ANAN, and a host of other organizations and civil society groups. In order to actually benchmark and our performance, we are onboarding a robust performance management system that will help us in monitoring, analyzing, and measuring the deliverables we have set for ourselves as staff and for FMBN as an institution. This will not only help us monitor our progress as a corporate entity with corporate objectives, it will also help enthrone necessary transparency in our employee performance and appraisal system. This will no doubt be of immense help in fulfilling the expectations of the performance management contract between the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, under the presidential priorities and deliverables of the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on housing. 7, standardized capacity building, talent management. We recognize the place of human resources in transforming organizations, and accordingly, this management will be deliberate in the way we approach our capacity building efforts and training programs. We will also promote as the system aspects and round goals, as well as be deliberate on the issue of succession planning. We want to make FMBN a good place to work and fulfill employee aspirations. We have since hit the ground running. Our scorecard within the past few months include the following. 1, to support Mr. President's housing agenda, the bank extended a 100 billion naira off-taker guarantee, consortium of developers undertaking the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program, which commenced with the groundbreaking of 3,112 housing units to be built nationwide. Which commenced with the 3,100 housing units Renewed Hope City in Karsana, being part of the 100,000 housing units to be built nationwide. 2, to aggressively pursue the recovery of bad loans, we constituted recovery task teams to immediately tackle the nagging challenge of the classified loan portfolio with a tight timeline for result delivery. 3, we are concluding the deployment of the core banking application project to usher in a new era of automated service delivery to our corporate and individual customers. We have commenced an intense review of operational processes and procedures to introduce innovation and efficiency with improved turnaround time with the inter-account settlements mortgage origination. We are conducting a nationwide assessment of all ongoing projects in order to ensure timely completion of the estates while putting in place effective measures to ensure immediate offtake through the bank's mortgage financing windows when completed. We are giving due attention to the issue of staff welfare to boost employee morale and productivity. We initiated to sections of under the 40% deduction of revenue accruing to federal agencies to the recovery of 12 billion naira out of the outstanding 19 billion naira into the bank's coffers. We are still engaging relevant authorities until the deductions are stopped and we recover the outstanding balance of the trapped funds. The new management worked closely with the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, who graciously presented the proposal for the recapitalization of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria at the Federal Executive Council. This effort has led to the establishment of an interagency committee on the recapitalization of the bank towards improving its capacity for providing adequate liquidity for the Nigerian housing sector. The committee's composition is to include representatives of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Bureau of Public Enterprises, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, and the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. We are also getting encouraging signs from the Central Bank of Nigeria that the issue of the single obligor limit, which has limited the capacity of FMBN to lend to primary mortgage banks, will soon be resolved to the satisfaction of all parties. Despite these wins, ladies and gentlemen, our sight as a management team is set on a more encompassing and far-reaching vision for the bank as an institution. According to John Scully III, an American businessman, the future belongs to those who see possibilities before they become obvious. Again, James Allen, a British philosopher, wrote that dream lofty dreams, and as you dream, so shall you become. Your vision is the promise of what you shall one day be. Your ideal is the prophecy of what you shall at last unveil. As a management team, we are driven by a passion to secure a bright and financially sustainable future for FMBN as an institution, with the capacity to adequately meet the housing finance needs of low and medium income earners in Nigeria. Consequently, our vision is encapsulated in an aggressively pursuing these significant strategic goals and repositioning the bank towards shaping its future as follows. 1. The recapitalization of the bank to the tune of 500 billion naira to empower the bank with the financial capacity to mobilize adequate and sustainable liquidity for housing finance. 2. The review of the FMBN and NHF Acts to bring the legal framework up to date with current realities. 3. The full automation of business processes and procedures to deliver world-class customer service experiences to our individual and corporate customers. 4. Beyond housing finance inclusiveness across socio-economic and demographic segments of the country by creating affordable mortgage products, focusing on the non-salaried informal sector, which accounts for over 70% of the Nigerian workforce, through cooperative societies and trade through market associations. This would include establishing the bank's presence in more locations in the country through branch expansion. 6, to continue to grow the bank's portfolio of products and services to meet the needs of Nigerians, including Nigerians in the diaspora and the non-interest market segment. 7, to attain full operation of the national mortgage registry, which will serve mortgage transactions in the country. 8, to sustain its enviable position as the preferred mortgage institution, providing reliable and accessible financing for all Nigerians. And lastly, to be a responsible and profitable investee agency of the federal government of Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you of the resolve of the new management team to achieve these lofty goals for repositioning the bank. We are determined to justify the confidence of Mr. President in saddling us with this responsibility. In conclusion, I will, on behalf of my team, crave the full cooperation and support of all stakeholders as we start this historic journey of a new dawn in the FMBN as an institutional enabler for affordable housing delivery in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Please come. It says we have to reposition. There's a friend of mine who was working in a bank, and they told him they were repositioning the bank, but instead he went. He says, my brother, I've lost your job. The company said that they will pay 1,000 their staff that will give them money-saving ideas. The first prize they gave was to the staff that said they should cut the price by 20,000. They gave him 30,000 and said, sir, your idea is very good. Even from the price, we are changing. We'll thank a few people who have come in. We want to especially appreciate the Executive Director of Brains and Hammers Limited, the Mifoma Okoye. Please put your hands together for her. We have also with us the Executive Director, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation. We have Adeola, I hope I got that correct. We have also MD, CEO of International Nigerian Insurance PLC, Olashubon Shofola. We especially appreciate and welcome the Executive Director, Housing, Finance and Accounts for Federal Housing Authority, representing the Managing Director, is here. Of Elling Group, investor in housing projects, Dr. Elizabeth Jack Rich. Please put your hands together. Madam, they want to see you. Can you just wave wherever you are? Thank you very much. She's my benefactor. We also want to specially appreciate and welcome the Executive Secretary, CEO of, I think I should start off with the President before I retire quickly. President of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, Prince Babe Aduntade. Please put your hands together for also Fumbam, Mr. Ebilate Mark Yoroki, is President. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Also, we have the Chief Secretary, CEO of NCRIB, Tokwe Daramola, and Adeni Akin Lori. Did I get that correct? But Adeni is the board and a board member of AIHS. I'll get that later, and please, and correct it. Thank you very much. This one was sent to me as a note, and I don't think I want to just spoil it again. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will especially also appreciate representing the President. We have Balatari Usman, Operative President. You're welcome for coming to walk around the various government institution, and a woman once gave birth inside a bank, and we're choosing the woman's child. Some people suggested Monica, others said Bankole, somebody even said Emefiele. They should either give the child bankrupt because she gave birth to this child when she was bankrupt. But a friend of mine is actually Bankole, and he studied banking and finance. We worked together many years. When we were in school, he wanted to work in the bank. But right now, he's working somewhere near the central bank. He's selling power bank. At least it's close to a bank. And this up of our panelists. I will have one moderator first and then bring all the others. But I want to allow that the moderator be the last person on the list, so our technical team will just follow me as I take the names. We lose the moderator who is first on your list. Let's bring him last. So the first on this list, I want to invite one who has spearheaded transformative reforms to rejuvenate Nigeria's housing sector in line with the presidential deliverables for the housing sector under the President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda for the housing sector. He has worked at the Central Bank of Nigeria, where he introduced technology-driven supervisory improvements and formulated housing finance regulations. He has also served as the non-executive director at the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, where he championed the cause of affordable housing solutions. He also led the World Bank-supported National Housing Finance Program, promoting housing microfinance initiatives. In 2021, he founded a Plural Clown Limited, offering premium real estate advisory services, and he has consistently advocated for affordable housing development, emphasizing judicial reforms to support foreclosure processes and expedite house matters. He has a master's in banking and finance from development in Milan and Italy, and has attended advanced programs in housing finance at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School and the Frankfurt School. He's a visionary leader, real estate and international procurement expert. Ladies and gentlemen, one of one I'm introducing now, institution on Ministry of Housing and Development, and ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Adesimoye. Can we clap for him as he comes to the front? So you can pick any of the seats apart from this first one, which is the moderator's own. Thank you, sir. Next, we want to also bring another, and this time, I will technical team understands what I'm doing. So Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and Galilee International Management Institute, Israel. He's a comrade and has demonstrated a steadfast commitment in the cause of equitable mass housing. His extensive involvement in national and local committees focuses on mass housing and reflecting his dedication to addressing housing challenges in Nigeria. Notably, he was part of the delegation to South Africa to understudy the South African mass housing scheme, where he gained experience, valuable insight into the effective housing development strategies. This international exposure has further enriched his understanding and approach towards implementing the sustainable housing solutions in Nigeria. He is a passionate one about the equitable mass housing, and his contribution has been instrumental in shaping policies and programs aimed at providing accessible and affordable housing for all Nigerians. Labor unionist for decades, he has also continued to champion the cause of social sector, striving to ensure that every individual has the opportunity to secure a decent home. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to the panel seat a renowned labor unionist who strongly believes that every Nigerian worker home. Please put your hands together for him. I felt like saying insulator, but you know, when you're not qualified. The other time they were using the energy energizer. I thought they were calling a Yoruba labake. Don't know, it was another thing. Next, ladies and gentlemen, he has and deployed onshore and offshore training programs in partnership with institutions and private consultants. He has served as a capacity building specialist for the World Bank Assisted State Fiscal Transparency Sustainability Program. He has also led the development of the training needs assessment for the Rural Access States, a partner and called on the housing deficit in Nigeria, a topic of significant debate, is also deeply passionate about the housing sector development and is very keen on contributing to sustainable solutions in Nigeria. For reputable organizations, Nigerian secretaries consulted Nigerian security, FCTA, NLNG, FIRS, and other MDAs. Let's welcome Dr. Lawal Ismaila. Please put your hands together for him. Joining him also, or joining the others on the panel, is the president of the Mortgage Brokers and Lenders Association of Nigeria. As the president of the Mortgage Brokers and Lenders Association of Nigeria, he played a pivotal role in shaping the industry standards and practices. The fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, Awal's experience and dedication are very recognized. He is a leader, and his leadership extends to the past roles as chairman of TUC Abuja in 2000 and president of ASSI BIEFI FMBN unit from 1996, contributed to the advancement of housing finance. His career is marked by a commitment to excellence and an innovation in the mortgage banking sector, driving progress and fostering sustainable housing solutions in Nigeria. He's the managing director of FHA Mortgage Bank. He's a distinguished leader with over 27 years of active and very active service. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's specially appreciate and welcome Hayatuddin Atiku Awal. Distinguished guests, we have also a balanced panel, because even though there may be 4 or 5 men, this one woman I want to invite can balance out the equation. Her professional journey commenced with a solid academic foundation, a first-class degree, a first degree, and a master's in law. The academic prowess was there further enriched by advanced management training at the prestigious Wharton University and leadership development at Harvard Business School, enhancing her strategic acumen and decision-making skills. She is committed to excellence, and her commitment is exemplified by her certification as a chartered director and corporate governance expert from ICEA Business School. Her dedication to maintaining high standards in commerce and government practices has been a hallmark for her career. As a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bank, a devoted member of the Governing Council since 2016, she is deeply invested in giving industry standards and fostering professional development. She has a wealth of experience, has a strategic insight and unwavering commitment to governance and professional excellence. This makes her a notable leader in the banking industry. Her contributions to drive her company and our organization Executive Officer of ASO Savings and Loans PLC. She boasts of an impressive career spanning over 3 decades in the banking sector. Hajia Rizkatu Ladi. Please put your hands together for her to join us. Next, very quickly, we have one who has served as the pioneer managing director of Alpha Made Development Company, where he designed and implemented an innovative monthly rental solution product called the Rent for Less, and secured a seed capital of 1 $1 million to finance the initiative in Lagos. As a trained builder skilled in new building technologies, he delivered an EDGE certified project, the Lekki Pearl project in Lagos, in investment banking, having worked in a subsidiary of Diamond Bank. Also, fundraising exercises, including project coordinator of the team Barra Bridge, leading debt refinance in development finance institution DFIs like Shelter Afrique. He's a member of the Presidential Reform Committee on Housing Reforms, the Concrete Technology Board for Africa, and the Ministerial Project Implementation Committee for Rural Renewed Hope Housing. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Builders, UK, and the Australian Institute for Builders. He has attended several local and international certification programs, including the Stanford Lead. He's also an alumnus of the prestigious University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is a seasoned real estate professional, a builder with over 18 years experience in the built industry. He's currently the lead consultant for the federal government Renewed Hope Estates and Cities program, which aims to deliver 100,000 housing units nationwide through a public-private partnership. Let's welcome Damola Akindolari. Well, our next panelist, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is also a very celebrated one. In 2018, founded a very formidable program serving as CEO, and the company focused on a lot of things, particularly middle income real estate, mortgage advisory, corporate and real estate advisory, with a project pipeline of about 300 housing units and more. So currently, our next speaker, our next panelist is involved in Diaspora Real Estate Initiative with the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. In addition, she's also the founder of Today's Booker and Cuisines. And of course, if you have gone there before, you will testify. She equally owns majority of shares in Cornucopia Consulting Limited, and is also the author of I Want My Home and the convener of Women in Real Estate Africa Network. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, she holds a degree in medicine and surgery, practiced as a doctor, and is pursuing currently a master's degree in real estate at the New York University. She's passionate about enabling middle-income earners to achieve home ownership and build wealth through real estate investment. You'll agree with me that we have not made a bad choice by bringing her on this board. She's a seasoned real estate and finance professional with 15 years of experience at the Infrastructure Bank, PLC. She led the real estate department, contributing to major infrastructure projects, including the Lagos-Ibadan toll roads. Let's welcome Dr. Ibikun Adebayo. And to properly complete this panel is the moderator, who currently is the chair of the team on land reform, development for housing delivery in line with President Tinubu's Renew Hope agenda for housing. He has also served as a group managing director and chief executive officer for Copen Group since July 1st, 1995. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors and an honorary fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Building. He has significantly contributed to various sectors, including his 18-year tenure as chairman of the board of Bethel Microfinance Bank Limited and his ongoing role as chairman of the board of trustees for System P Educational Limited. which has trained over 30,000 construction industry artisans across Nigeria. He also serves on several boards, such as the AG Mortgage Bank PLC, where he chairs the Investment and Finance Committee. He's a member of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Employees Consultative Association and the chairman of the Enugu Southeast Nigeria Geopolitical Zone of NECA. He has held numerous prestigious positions, including past national president and chairman of the Council of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, chairman of the National Real Estate Data Collation and Management Program, and chairman of the Board of Directors of Enugu State Housing Development Corporation. Additionally, he served as chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors from 1996 to 2000, and president of Industry Minds 16 team. Widely traveled and known for his philanthropy. Is a mentor to many and is dedicated to positively transforming life. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he is a distinguished surveyor, a real estate construction developer and consultant, an investment analyst with over 44 years dynamic industry experience, spanning the civil service, public service, private sectors of Nigeria. Let's specially welcome Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Obiora Chile. Please put your hands together for him. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I told you before that this panel is properly constituted. Don't worry about the number of men. We took into cognizance the fact that the ASO Savings, madam, is like 5 women in one. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand over to the moderator who will take us through this panel. Please put your hands together for them.
I would like to thank God for this opportunity that we have today and to stand on the existing protocols and appreciate the MD, CE, and the management of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria for the opportunity that we have today. Some of us who have been players in the industry for so many years are aware that this is a novel occasion that we have not had before. I do remember that when Professor Mabogunje was the chairman of the board of the technical committee of Federal Mortgage Bank, they had on the board of Federal Mortgage Bank 3 people who were sent to interface with stakeholder institutions. I remember Mr. Fortune to interface with Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria, while David Ganva was sent to interface with Real Estate Developers Association. Architect Agloka was sent to interface with Building Material Producers Association of Nigeria, with the aim of making sure that the voice on the street was brought into the boardroom of decision-making in Federal Mortgage Bank. I do also remember that about 10 years ago, we spent 7 hours in the office of Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria in Lagos with the chief executive of Federal Mortgage Bank in shaping the future. We have our job cut out for us, and we have a rich assemblage of stakeholders that cut across from the Labour Congress to those who have seen it all in Federal Mortgage Bank. Beside me is the man who midwifed the National Housing Finance Program that gave life to a number of projects. We have all listened to the very incisive outlay of the vision and direction of the MD as shared in the paper. I must say that amongst all the Federal Mortgage Bank chief executive that we have had since inception, none of them is as prepared as Mr. Shehu Osidi. He has seen it all, worked as a staff, worked across industries, assisted chief executives in doing their job, so he knows everything. And for the first time, he has seamless access to the supervising ministry and minister. So we are glad to have this opportunity. And we're going to come from our various perspectives, because I'm sure they are taking notes to be able to find out What are the stakeholders expecting from them? And are they assured of the support of the stakeholders for this laudable vision? If we don't get it right now, when? Because all the lines have fallen for us in pleasant places. This is the first time in the 18 years of African International Housing Show that we're having the management and all the officers of Federal Mortgage Bank come here, and they told me that some of them are taking notes of what you are saying with the aim of making sure that this will not be a talk shop, but this will be implemented, the ideas that come from it. So permit me, therefore, thank you so much, to say that also the ladies, Dr. Ibukun and my sister Hajia, they are more than qualified. If you weight their ratio, they are more than the men here because of the impact they will bring to bear on what we are sharing. I would like to permit me to start with Mr. Jones Adeshomoye. Why am I starting with him? He served on the board of Federal Mortgage Bank while he was the director in charge of housing in CBN. So I would like to have his perspective. Having gone out now, I'm sure there are new ideas he felt he couldn't implement. I didn't see clearly. He can see clearly now that he's now out there looking inside. So I'd like to hand over to him to kickstart the process. Sir.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Good morning, colleagues on the panel. Good morning, the members that are here present, as well as the member of the press. Those of us who are participants here, I want to say that this Federal Mortgage Bank Day seems to be the core of this year's 18th edition of African International Housing Show, because of the topic that have been chosen, which is financing the housing we need. And the institution that is principally focused on this, particularly the area of housing where the gaps are, the affordable and social side where the gaps are. No any other institution is principally focused or legally started to do the work than the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. And I also want to say that, building on the moderator's initial introduction, that this is one of the best opportunities that we have in the industry that we must seize properly, in the fact that we have the presidential support from the president of Nigeria, our own president, our own dear president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as well as the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Development, in collaboration also with the CME, with the members. There is a handshake. We had that last during the time of Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala, and it actually produced a number of transformations we're enjoying today. So having this executive being led by Mr. Osidi under the seamless fiscal leadership that reports to the president, who is working dearly with the president on the Renew Hope agenda, I think we have the opportunity to do a transformative work. Permit me to also acknowledge the seasoned executive that is supporting Mr. even at this very time. So I want to encourage us that this transformative journey that Mr. Osidi has outlined here in 7-point agenda, which actually we started while he was a staff and was also supporting the chief executive, who incidentally now is the honorable minister, is opportunity to ride on, but now on a faster gear, on a better gear, because he has a seamless entry to that particular office. The process automation that we have We started during the time when I was there as a non-executive director, and this particular process witnessed a lot of our input. We expect that it will run faster now because we are supposed to have actually concluded this first phase. The second phase should midwife us to issue of open banking, where we have connection with all the primary mortgage institutions as well as the real estate companies that we are to serve. Cost efficiency is very important, that the current management is running on the cost efficiency. There's still a number of areas that we can bank. Of asset quality. Yes, we have non-performing assets that have eroded the capital of the institution, so the institution is overdue. I'm even thinking the 500 billion capital being proposed may be short, but again, catalytic if the federal government will put that in place in order to attract additional capital. Because to really fund the housing gap that we have at affordable level, we will need capital beyond the 500 billion negative 5%. So we're talking about 1 trillion naira, because the capital, for us not to overtrade, we will need to multiply by 10. So for us to fund what we have in front, we will need additional capital. Part of the strategic partnership that I expect also is to have a good strategy partnership with the central bank, because with partnership with central bank, it will dovetail to bankers committee, and then the area of the NHF Act that have not worked because of the place it was put, we can review this and quickly pass that particular law in collaboration with the reform. We expect that the NHF contribution from banks should come in from profit after tax. So 5% of this alone is capable of generating over 20 billion to that particular purse annually for us to be able to fund this particular gap. In addition, we're also looking at fund account plus unclaimed dividend. This area, Federal Mortgage Bank has better opportunity to access that particular fund, and the funding can turn around the fortune of the bank. With the new management, there's no doubt that we can trust them with such opportunity. Standardizing, city building, talent management, these are given if we really want to run a sustainable institution. So permit me, Mr. Moderator, to pause at this time because we have a lot to say about the institution.
Please, can we appreciate him because he's speaking from an insider perspective. He's the chairman of the Institutional Review. I'm sure that we have taken down some of all the things he has mentioned. He said that the 7-point agenda is a continuation, and that is to the credit of the new management. You didn't start a new thing. What is worthy as a legacy project, you have taken it further and improved upon it. And then other issues, increasing the capitalization to at least 1 trillion is a key recommendation, and I'm sure he's an insider who knows all and where we need to move ahead. I'm going to ask that we listen for gender balance. We're going to ask that the voice of our precious sisters are heard. May I invite our Hajia Rizkatu Ahmed, the Managing Director of ASO Savings, for our own. We all have we have 4 minutes each so that we can articulate and summarize. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Let me first say congratulations to FMBN for having Shehu Osidi. I'm sure a lot of you will not know where the connection is coming from. It's Diamond Bank. In the morning, there was another Diamond Bank, and Diamond are forever. Well done, Shehu. I'm going to speak women issue. Hello. I'm not going to speak to women issue here. I'm going to speak to primary mortgage banks and the engagement with FMBN. There's no way you can leave a cat without a tail. For you to achieve all what you have put before you, which I know you can achieve even faster than the expectation, I think you have to carry along primary mortgage banks. I do understand that there are issues, but if you have a woman that is preparing to go for an occasion and she has her chain entangled, unless you first sit down and you find a way to sort it out before you can wear your bracelet or your chain, I think the first thing to do is reconciliation. I think FMBN need to reach out to primary mortgage banks and find out what are these legacy issues. You cannot fight from where you're seated. It's first to understand what the issues are. Most of these issues are not created by the people there, but the people there must have solutions to the issues. I think you have to deepen your relationship with primary mortgage bank, because for a renewed hope to be hope, thank you.
Feeling it very directly, and I'm happy that while the MD was speaking, he mentioned that they are getting encouraging signs from CBN that the issue of single obligor limit, which are limited the capacity of primary mortgage banks, will be uplifted, and also some of these legacy issues are third-party issues that I'm sure that in conjunction with the Federal Mortgage Bank, the primary mortgage banks will be able to have a solution to some of the issues. They tried to say 2001, the NLC president then, Adams Oshemole, and all of us cut code. So we don't want to cut code. So permit me to welcome Comrade Benson Oppa.
I think this one works. Aha. Thank you very much. No, this one works. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our esteemed moderator. I recall in 1988, in the run-up to the primaries of the Democratic Party in the United States, Jesse Jackson, who was the first notable black to have signaled intention to run, started like this. He said, many decades ago, Michael Dukakis' parents came to the United States in merchant ships. My own parents came into the US in slave ships. But tonight, we're in the same boat. So on this note, we're all in the same boat. There is no all in the same boat. And by Frank Jorin, like this. I think it was a song about needing a house. Who still recalls that song? But in any case, let me come to the issue specifically. As observed by the Reverend, in his opening remarks. I must say, Alhaji Shehu Usman Osidi is an asset and a gift to the Federal Mortgage Bank. We knew a long time ago, and I can tell you, he had the ears of the kings. One chief executive of the bank. In the course of that, of course, like the Cameroonians say, that the dog of a king is the king of dogs. Meaning, having a chief that he does is with empathy. And that also with confidence and knowledge on his. So, given all of this, plus his vast experience in banking, he is coming as a huge asset, a big, in fact, of inestimable value. And the bank and staff, management should be glad that they have him. It is, yes. Anybody conversant with the act setting up the Federal Mortgage Bank and, of course, the National Housing Fund will admit there are two major challenges. One of the challenges is the limitation of the law that made contributions subject to 2.5% today now to be a minimum wage earner, that identified 4 statutory contributors, that identified the FMBN as the utilizer or the manager of these funds and all of that. In the course of these years, contributions have been very low. And the law did not specify enough penalty that would condition people to contribute. So that left the responsibility to workers who, as the moderator pointed out, in 2003, owing to mass discontent, workers elected not to contribute, to suspend contribution. He recalled very well, we not only wrote to the bank, we wrote to NECA, and I recall our meeting with President Obasanjo then in the villa, where we pointedly said, we will no longer contribute. Yes. So finance has been an issue, but the law. So we've got to look at the law that will ensure that contributors contribute. If they don't contribute, something should happen. We should also look at issues like when contributions are done and remittances are not done. What should happen to this category of employers? We should look at all of this. My colleague here talked about central bank being brought in as one of the whatever. I've always had my suspicion about central bank, and I'll tell you why. Central bank has his finger in every pie. And people think when they have central bank that that have got money, but it does not always translate to money. Let us even briefly look at the role the central bank played in undermining FMBN. Central bank supposed insurance he never performed his statutory obligation to this bank. The bank should be central bank should be. You see, as I said, the capital base of the bank has been the major issue. Look at a country as small as Ghana. The capital base of a parallel bank in Ghana is much higher than the one of the Federal Mortgage Bank. Why should that be the situation? But in order not to take the whole of your time, I believe this bank needs not 1 trillion, but for 5 trillion naira, given the fact that At the moment, the naira is 1,500 naira to the dollar. Inflation rate trending at 34.1%, and we never really know where the direction will be like. So this bank should be adequately funded. And one of the ways I would suggest the bank should be funded is that there should be a robust intervention by the federal government and the state governments as well. And I tell you why. Shelter goes beyond going into a house. Shelter is about social confidence, about economic stability. And in addition to this, it is of utmost importance for us to know that housing grows the economy. Housing grows the economy and offers jobs straight to all categories of workers. The worker to the least skilled worker. And this has multidimensional advantages. It reduces crime rate. It grows our capacity. It does everything. So the federal government has intervened virtually in everything, every sector, including Nollywood. What has it done about housing?
Aluta.
Finally, I'm rounding up, sir. Then the bank should be given the opportunity, the leeway to source for cheap funds from outside the country. There are cheap funds, sources of funds outside the country. But the bank will need a guarantee by the government. So we are demanding that the government gives this guarantee to give this bank a breathing space. This have been asked to round up. Finally, as we embark on this reform, it's our wish that as the true people's bank that gives out loans on a single digit. Once again, congratulations, my brother Laji Sheikh Husseini. Safe wins.
I'd like to deeply appreciate you, sir. Benson, you made a critical point, and you have a sense of history and perspective to the matter. I sit on the board, on the governing council of NECA, Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. I'm a member of the governing council, and you raised a vital issue that we're going to take back to the NECA. In pension fund contribution, the employers contribute. But in National Housing Fund contribution, there is no contribution from the employers, and that is not fair. I'm not saying it. Please don't quote me too much so that they don't chuck me out of the governing council of NECA. But as a person who should be fair-minded enough, that is why we have over 20 trillion as of today in the pension fund, but we have partly less than 1 trillion has been the contribution over the years. Why the pension, and yet it's not connected. And your point, housing is no more about shelter provision, it's about employment generation and socio-economic development. So there has to be a paradigm shift in understanding. So thank you so much. We will take it down, and I believe that the rapporteurs are listening. And one of the things I look forward to, that some of these key issues that I raised will require further dimensioning and interrogation to be able to develop an action plan that will involve other stakeholders. Thank you so much. Permit me to invite at this time a housing analyst and economist, Dr. Lawal Ismaila. You have 4 minutes, sir, and I'm going to be timing you.
Please stand on the existing protocol, please. So much has been said about the capacity of the MD. It's somebody who is well known to me. I am not going to dwell on that. I am to project the perspective of the common man in the street, the perspective of the ordinary person. And I think it is very novel and instructive that for the first time, we are having the ordinary man represented on this board. Let me quickly say that our worry, yes, we have so much confidence in you. A lot of us are looking at you on the internet. Most of the time, people will ask me, who is Usman Osidi? I say, go to the internet, you find him there. You find him, there. And then we have seen and follow very closely your developmental stride. Keep it up, please. Now, if you look at, the conceptualization of FMBN or mortgage institution generally, it is intended to be pro-poor. But when you look at the implementation methodology, there is a little bit, departure from what it is and what it should be. One, we are worried that your presence is being felt in the cities, not in the villages where the poor dwell. To this extent, I think it will serve us right if we have more branches in each of the senatorial districts as opposed to each one that we have in the state capital now. I think that will be helpful. So the moment we begin that moment they begin to impact very on the life of the people. But look at your flag. Then you will ask a question, at what point should I exit from it? So if I am going to retire at the age of 60, it goes without saying that it is important below the age of 30, I should begin to, assess the loan so that by the time to pre-career beneficial. It's possible for us to catch them so that as they are coming out, we begin to douse the tension they have in them as regard housing deficit and as regard the need for housing. And this is very possible. In the last 30 years, the federal government realized don't have a job or be taught in Nigeria University. Can by saying that everybody, but we have institutions who can, and the objectives of this institution, it will be at the university level. Convocation squares are there. We can begin to award small prizes to best graduating students, either in mortgage finance or in business finance generally. We can partner with NUC, let mortgage financing be taught in our tertiary institution. This way, before people begin to graduate or before they start their career path, they are already fully aware that there is availability of, institutions that can help them, at least, manage one of the fears any individual can have, when we are growing up. The other one is this, the NYSC can become a strategic partner in circumstance because, as people are coming out young, their next concern will be, where is going to be my location in Nigeria? Where is occupational mobility going to take me to? And the rent to own, products becomes very instructive in this regard. We can tell them wherever you are, insist you want to access that way. What we have is the communication. Much has been but it can lead to a very quantum leap. One, is it difficult for us, for instance, to have a jingle that will, will be connected to all phone lines of staff and some of us here that will operate as a caller tune? I am calling the chief executive, the caller tune that is bouncing back to me is, assuaging me of the fears I have about housing. If we ask all our staff to do that, all our holders to do that, our senator having oversight function on us doing that, the minister graciously agreed to adopt that there is a ringer tune telling us about the philosophy of owning a house in Nigeria. That way we will have done something about communicating what we are doing and the possibility of the individual or the poor owning a house in Nigeria. I think this will help us a lot. Now we will want to see, okay, sorry, I've been told to stop talking. Of course, you know that I'm very active. But again, today is not a speech-making day for me. Please, let's try this small thing. The ringtone is very important. Let it be that when we call ourselves, the message that is coming from the background is the possibility of us owning a house and how FMBN can help us. Thank you, please.
Dr. Ismail, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Speaking for the common man is very critical. I would reserve my two brothers who are experts in the field Hayatuddin and Damola, I know them very well. They will bring all inclusive. We would like to move over to also have gender inclusiveness, one who has spanned from the medical implication of housing and other things to now be a player in the real estate. Permit me to welcome Dr. Ibukun Adoboye. Please, let's welcome her as she comes in.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm a developer at a bank. My company has worked and successfully delivered projects with the Federal Mortgage Bank. And I sat there and I thought very specifically about how my journey has been working with Federal Mortgage Bank as a woman. And I must say that the Federal Mortgage Bank is one institution that is particularly very women-friendly, but I do not think that many women developers know. And I think that that's very important. I will talk from the perspective of my experience with the bank. I feel that it's a secret. As much as we think that the Federal Mortgage Bank is a very popular institution, I feel that the narrative out there that the Federal Mortgage Bank does not work effectively is a very wrong narrative, and the kudos that the organization deserves has not been given to the organization simply because of that narrative. Congratulations to the new executive members and the management team. I feel that they're doing a phenomenal job. They came in, and typically what you find is that there may be a lull in picking up in terms of activities, but that's what you have not found in this particular new set of leadership. And we'll say thank you very much, sirs, for that. In terms, I feel that one of the major success factors that the Federal Mortgage Bank, I listened to the 7-point agenda and a few things. I go to the sensitization that which is beautiful, but there is a gap there. There is a gap between the people and FMBN, and I think it lies in marketers and developers. I see a situation where FMBN organizes, for example, an annual marketer forum that just says, we're going to have a forum for marketers where they all come together across the nation and sit in a hall and they demonstrate what FMBN does to them. They can then multiply that effect in the market. And I'll give you a typical example. Last year, we organized a forum like that, and it was basically to speak to marketers on the FMBN process. And the hall was filled. People were standing all the way outside. That's a private entity. I feel that they can amplify that very. So rather than FMBN trying to reach the people alone directly, they can use the legwork people in the industry. We already see the ICT revamp going on. It's just say that more and more is going to become. I say to developers, if you're not working with FMBN, I do not know exactly how you're surviving given the interest rates in the market. That will finance the project and I know the exit source, and it's at market rates. So developer sensitization needs to go on. The ICT revamp, I think it should also be linked as to a lot being able to the fact that and so that many things must have the sense that to call critical meetings, turn over the transactions and transactions. There is the pension industry, and the pension industry has said that you can use 30% of your pension monies in your pension fund accounts as equity for as equity contribution if you're taking a mortgage What I have not seen very critically is a blend of how that would fit into something like the rent to own. So we have the rent to own. There are many people, their rate limiting step is that they cannot contribute their equity, but now they can use. There needs to be that, because I find out that many people can then use what they need to do with the NHF. So that synergy needs to happen. The last thing that I would like to say is, I think more women need to know that they can come into FMBN and get a lot of traction from the bank. Then I saw remuneration for staff. FMBN is a relatively happy staff. So if you walked in, you can walk in into literally any office. For every time that I've dealt with FMBN, I did not have a personal relationship with any of the leaders. If I then developed a personal relationship, it was during the life of a transaction. I walked into every single office without having anybody introducing me, and that's beautiful. FMBN is a happy workforce, and if there's more emolument to the staff, there will definitely be a happier workforce, and the people who work with FMBN would be happier. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibukun. We appreciate that. The 25% RRSA that is available amounts to 5 trillion as of today. To have 20 trillion in pension funds, and 25% RRSA amounts to 5. Also critical to say Jalingo, Taraba State are complaining. CT 20 years ago, as a consultant, who developed 500 housing units called My Sis. It has blue roof. At the mortgage. Please, you have the floor.
The managing director, our mentor, Dr. Adesumoye, the Constitution of the Federal Republic mentioned shelter. So our focus should be shelter. My own advocacy will be that the Federal Mortgage Bank should expand in the area of research and development to see how this shelter could be delivered more affordably. Yes, housing is about Naira and Kobo, but beyond Naira and Kobo, housing is fundamentally about design and specification. It is only when you have right priced that product, and we are lucky and indeed privileged as our leader, as the chief executive of the housing ministry. It's already been, emphasized. Now we have unlimited access and we have his ears. So we need to advocate standardization, and we should expand our scope. Yes, FMBN had already opened window of collaboration with other stakeholders like the Mban, Redan, the Federal Housing Authority. But beyond these bodies, we have other professional bodies that can assist in making sure that we have a Nigerian equally Nigerian Institute of should find a way to get have standard the second option is on delivery, like has rightly been mentioned, the rent to own. Rent to own holds a large, potential. So the rent to own should be fine-tuned in the sense that, it's actually end-user driven, demand-driven. And of course, the RSA is a window that could be used to connect all the single obligo, which the MD, and I was also that as a stumbling block for the primary mortgage banks to access mortgage to identify off-takers. So I feel we should advocate more on why that single obligo challenge should be waived. Again, I feel that as it stands today, if you look portfolio of what the Federal Mortgage Bank is able to deliver through the ministerial pilot house. J, there were 2 estates, about 2 houses we participated in originating mortgages on them. And that we did without too much challenge of equity contribution. In Gogolada, we delivered also about 250. In Ikorodu, we did 115. In Kaduna, Port Harcourt, Oshobo, all those are there. So I feel Federal Mortgage Bank should equally expand that window of ministerial pilot. Very much.
Thank you so much. Now, the government development, and then, or permit me to welcome a man who have developed outside the shores of Nigeria and who is currently championing the Renew Hope Initiative Partnership. He's a man that I've had the privilege of knowing for so many years and brings to bear experience that belies his age. I'd like to welcome Ms. Damola as he shares his experience with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, let me congratulate FM for this initiative with a federal institution as such. So I think the new management team has started with many firsts. I hope the the government can't do it alone in view of the competing priorities that government has to deal with. So we have seen this program launched by His Excellency the President in February, and we can tell that FMBN is a core pillar of this program, starting with the fact that FMBN was able to issue the offtake guarantee of 100 billion to support that program. I think that is in no small feat, a small amount, and I think they deserve a round of applause. Now, if there is no comfort coming from an institution like FMBN, we must understand that private developers are unable to commit their resources, knowing fully well that they don't have a very clear exit strategy, particularly when that exit strategy doesn't provide a convenient mortgage option for customers to offtake these housing units. So many firsts, like I said, and the 100 billion guarantee being one of them, they've also gone a step ahead to provide a fast-track desk which means that all the housing units under the Renewed Hope Housing Program have a fast-track process to ensure that developers can get what they need to move to the next phase of development. And I think that's really very commendable on the part of the management. I think for us to move forward, a number of factors come to play. One of them we've spoken very highly of around the capitalization, what that capitalization should be. If it's 1 trillion, 10 trillion, it appears billions no longer matter in our economy. So I think it's important that we look beyond just the capitalization of the bank and begin to look at how we can link the bank with the capital markets, which is a field where I think the pension players find very convenient to invest. Once the bank can create a bridge between the primary mortgage, secondary mortgage markets, and the capital markets, I think we can easily catalyze the industry and begin to see a lot more houses being delivered under this Renewed Hope Housing Program and generally housing program development in Nigeria. I also believe that the bank, where we are, we've lived for too long with some of the products we've had, and I'm very convinced that under this new management, we will see more products that the bank will churn out beyond the rent-to-own option, the National Housing Fund, but we'll see more innovation play out in how the bank will accountability and home acquisition that will help us reduce the impact of things like the equity contribution required for homeowners, and will help us come up with other innovative solutions to help bridge this particular challenge. So more products is a must, and I think the bank is geared. I'm sure the bank is already working that direction. Generally, we are very excited in terms of the Hope way we can help us finance the housing deficit that we have in Nigeria. So I think on the final note, I would like to encourage the bank to look towards improving the collection system. Technology has evolved. There's OP, there's PAM, and I would like to encourage the bank to begin to look at more inclusion from the technology. Very fintech this and also deepen the impact they can make on the masses. Thank you very much.
I'd like to deeply appreciate the panelists and also to let us know that from what we all know of the new FMBN, the new dawn, they may be inviting some of us for a smaller group discussion on some of the critical areas that have evolved. One last thing that I'd like to mention is the fact that for those of us who are involved as development analysts, any interest rate that you use to divide 72 gives you the number of years it will take for the principal to double. So at the current interest regime of 6%, if you divide 72 by 6%, it gives you 12 years. So in 12 years, whatever amount of money you borrow from Federal Mortgage Bank will double. If you do 12% and you use 72 divided by 12, it means that in 6 years, whatever amount you borrow will double. Now, it is critical in designing any of the products or access to funds that we're going to have for Federal Mortgage Bank. If you borrow money at 12, 14, 15% and use it to give single obligor, you are going to have a problem. So I do think that already the workers are contributing a lot of money that is spent on those funds are using their pocket every day. So the workers do not have access to it. They are 60 years. We must have to have a more robust discussion. Going to the capital market is very good. But if you go to the capital market today, now they are doing 23 on commercial paper and all others. Second area that I believe that we're going to look at is to look at the transaction time and cost of land transaction and affordability issues with the state governments and other institutions. As of today, the Nigerian Bar Association is insisting that you must pay 10% of the value of the property for them to be able to prepare the agreement. It's not acceptable. In the Nigerian Stock Exchange, everything, the omnibus amount have been reduced to 3.5%, and that increases turnover for everybody. So I'm sure that beyond what we have shared, what we have done is to kickstart the process of the robust engagement, dimensioning, and strategy that will involve other stakeholders for us to find out what will work for all of us. We are supposed to give an opportunity for question and answer. We will do that, maybe pick up two. But more important than that, I do think that each of us have the opportunity of reaching out to the management and be able to discuss. Okay, I'm leaving out somebody. No, nobody. I think we have all spoken. So take two comments. I've identified one here in front, and I need a lady. We have to balance the gender before so that we don't lose out. They just finished their session. So do I have any lady in the house? Okay, they have been represented. Let me invite somebody who was in charge of development control and other associated things in FCDA and who knows where some of the challenges are. So, please, where is the microphone? Town Planner Omar Shuaibu. Sir, you're welcome. Please, let's clap for me.
Thank you very much. All protocol duly observed. It's quite important for me to introduce myself in order to give impetus to whatever I have to say, though the moderator has started. Yes, I was the former a little experience with the Federal Bank. The others in the panel here have narrated. During my tenure, I made ongoing, and that is what we call AMSI Cooperative Staff Housing Project. And the project has stuck along the way. I led the delegation of the authority to the Federal Mortgage Bank. That was even a time when there was not a Federal Minister of Housing in the Federation. And we have got 500 million input into that project by the Federal Mortgage Bank at that time. And despite the fact that I am out of the office now, the project is ongoing, and satisfactorily that I think in the next couple of months, about 30 units are going to be delivered. So it was a very and it's ongoing. And I'm so many public institutions that are not assess the facility for Federal Mortgage Bank. All what the Federal Bank did was to assess the National Housing Fund contribution of the staff, judge it eligible. It is continuous, but in the first instance, 500 million advanced by the Federal Mortgage Bank for the continuation of this project. We thank for that, though I'm not in the office now, but I count that as one of my achievements in my office. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Town Planner Omar Shuaibu, Coordinator, Immediate Past Coordinator of Abuja Metropolitan Council, for that testimonial. We give opportunity to one more person, then we'll be able to. A lady, I didn't see any ladies' hand. If there's a lady, we'll be able to. Okay. Yes, the gentleman there.
Okay, protocols. I'm Dr. Aruke Ogbimi, MD CEO Beraka Consulting Limited. Now, over the years, we've done free pro bono services in terms of pushing forward what the Federal Mortgage Bank is doing, both on local and international media. Now, we see that there's the dearth of unawareness of people in the public is huge. But I'm not only speaking to the quantity of advocacy to with in this regard, but I'm speaking also to the direction of advocacy. The NBS gives us statistics at 92.3% as the informal sector in this country. So what we're discussing at formal sector and the contributions we can expect from them is infinitesimal compared to what we can get from the informal sector. So I'm advocating for more deepening of contributions from the informal sector. I understand the risks that may be associated with that, but we can price those risks appropriately and then begin to deepen that area. I think the fund we're trying to mobilize for the bank can be increased from that sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roque. I'd like to thank all those who have raised their hands. We have an humble, accessible management team in FMBN. And I can assure you that the moment we finish, they stood up at the beginning of this session so we can identify them, reach out to them. They will be able to take down some of the views you have and be able to factor it into the restructuring and restructuring of their process they're engaged in. On behalf of these beautiful panelists, I want to thank you for the opportunity you have given to us to take a group photograph with the management team of Federal Mortgage Bank, and then we'll call it to close. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll invite our MD and our executive directors to join them in this picture. Thank you very much. Photographer, arrange them. This panel you are using. MD and Chief Executive is taking a group picture with our executive directors. Immediately after the group pictures, we'll ask our panelists to sit back. Panelists will advise that you go sit back after this picture as we quickly make some presentations. Our panelists, if you sit back, we'll just, for a few minutes, we'll take just some presentation to just say thank you. May I invite for the first set of presentations, our Executive Director of Finance and Corporate Services, Mr. Ibidapo Odojuko, to come and help us. Our executive director will do this presentation. May I invite, please, those in front, can we just leave this front more, please?
Can we settle down, please? We are not done. The pleasantries can happen immediately. We are done with this session.
Please, those in front, can you just leave this place now? Thank you. We want to build. We are doing site inspection. Thank you. Panelists, can you sit down? We'll just do this quickly. Panelists, please take your seats. Our panelists, please, let's sit down. Let's sit down. Thank you very much. Panelists, please just take your seats. Every other person who is not on the panel can return to their seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you're not on the panel, you can excuse us from the platform as an Thank you very much. So the first on the list, I'll want to invite may I invite our panelist, Damola Akindulure, to come and do us the honor to come and receive from our executive director. All right. The next we want to invite Risikatu Ahmed, Madam at the top. Thank you very much. So the next we'll invite Dr. Ibikunle Adebayo. Thank you very much. Let's get this quickly. We have Comrade Benson Upa to come and receive. All right. May I thank our Executive Director in charge of Finance and Corporate Services. We appreciate him. Thank you very much, sir, for making those presentations. The next will invite the Executive Director of Business Development and Portfolio Management and to come and help. Please put your hands together for her. Executive Director in your office. Please clap for her some more. Hayatuddin Atiku Awal will receive from her. Congratulations and thank you very much, sir, for coming. Ma'am, you have a few more to present. The next will be Dr. Lawal Ismaila. We have one more. And this is to Mr. Adedeji Adesemoye. Thank you very much. Last but not the least is Dr. Kuchime. Ben Dodo.
That's all, yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down? Please, let's settle down. There will be a drama presentation from crew from the FMBN, and after that, we'll listen to short presentations, and then we'll take the vote of thanks from the FMBN before this session is over. Ladies and gentlemen, the drama group, if you're ready, we're ready for you. Please, a round of applause for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we just clap for them? It's not easy. They've been rehearsing for 1 year.
Yeah, I've told you.
We'll especially appreciate the representatives of Lafarge Africa. They are in the house. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you also for the management of Julius Berger. Thank you also for your patience. We understand that you've been here since 7 a.m. waiting to make this presentation. Lafarge Africa, we can't thank you enough for your support. Thank you. Thank you for the cement revolution, for changing the lives of the poor and even the rich. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you for this dance display that is titled Own a House by the cultural troupe of the Ministry of Arts and Council in FCT. Please clap for them, they're ready.
This country. Oh, wow. What's going on here? What's going on? What happened? You're not so early. You're not happy. What happened? They sent me home from school because of school fees. School fees again. Sorry, I'm not writing exams. They're writing exams. Sorry. Don't worry, Junior. I'll sort it out. I don't know how you do this thing. Oh, my problem is please fix it. I will. My wife, take it easy. Oh, Mama Junior, come back here. Somebody's at the door. I am tired. It's Oga landlord. Please, hurry up. Hey, this man is here again. Oh my God. Oga landlord, take it easy now. Don't. Take it easy. Hey, young man. Good morning, sir. Hey, what is good about the money? It will not be well. Go for. Tell you, Martin. He don't do bad by giving you. Why would you just? Oga landlord, take it easy. Hey, today you are leaving my house. Today I tell you, the court has ruled. Oga landlord, I'm not going anywhere. The court has. I'm not going anywhere, Oga landlord. Do your work. You are playing. Of course, do your work. For what? Do your work. Oga landlord, take it easy. I beg. Junior, let's beg this man. Do yourself, please. Oga landlord, please. Hey, please now, take it easy, please. I beg you now, Oga landlord. Don't worry. Yes, sir. I'm fine. Thank you, sir. Okay, these documents are waiting for you for the past. Yes, they are very urgent and the director needs them, sir. Yes, sir. But you have not been at all the past 2 days. I hope all is well, sir. Ah. Don't worry, I'll sort it out. Don't worry. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir. Hope all is well, sir. All is not well, Venus. Please, I need your help. My help? How? I know that you own the house you live in. Please. Yes, sir. The landlord threw me out of his house. Yes. He threw me out of his house. Please, I beg you, spare a room for me and my wife and my kid. In your house, please. Help me, Livinus. What exactly happened here? Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir. Sir, I just brought them to Mr. Titus, sir. He has not been at work for the past 2 days, sir. The house he lives in right now. That's why I need his out. Yes, sir. Oga, I don't know if you remember that there was a time when staff from the Federal Mortgage Bank came to do a sensitization in the office. Yes, sir. Yes. So when they came, they introduced different packages for owning houses. So now there was this particular one, they have rent to own. I liked that package and I keyed into it. Wow. Yes, sir. And the good thing about this rent to own is you don't need to pay any kobo before you move into the house. Yes. And the interest rate is as low as 7%. And it might interest you to know that from staff who have a monthly deduction for the National Housing Fund, you automatically have an account with the Federal Mortgage Bank. All you need to do is just walk into any of their branches nationwide, and then you can just talk to their desk officer, and your information will be given to you, and you will pick whatever you want. Interestingly, sir, it is not just rent to own that they have. They have other packages like home renovation loan. They have individual construction loan. They also have loans available for cooperatives, for members of that cooperative to benefit from. Yes, and the most interesting and exciting part of this is you don't have to be a civil servant. Even those who work in the private sector are entitled to this loan. And self-employed people too are entitled to these loans. So now, I keyed into this and it has really paid me off, sir. Sir. Okay, I wanted to tell you, but you know, I don't... Okay. It is just to walk into any of their branch of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, any of their branches nationwide, and then you will get information on the packages and you pick the one you want, sir. Wow. Yes, and Oga, I am inviting you all for my daughter's traditional wedding, sir. Yes, her traditional wedding is coming up in 2 weeks. Yes, and you know my wife works with the area council. Yes, so she has been able to access the home renovation loan so that we can give our house a facelift before the traditional wedding, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? I was on my way for a meeting, When I'm back, talk about this.
All right, sir.
By the way, how are you going to help this man?
I will talk to him about it, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will do my best, sir.
And my files.
He will work on them, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Titles, I will talk to my wife about it. I know it will not be a problem. We can spare a room or two for you, sir. Thank you very much. But please handle your gas files, please. All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations, son, for having picked a beautiful bride. Yes, but right now, before I will let you go, I want to ask you a very important question. With the scarcity and deficit in housing in the country now, I hope you have a house that you're taking my daughter to.
You see, I have assessed the FMB loan, individual construction loan, and I have completed my 3-bedroom apartment in Lokogoma. So your daughter is safe in my hand.
This is really good. This is really good.
My heart is at peace. You can buy. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them.
An example, but yet to register who is that see, you are yet to register. Register. You have done so. Supported by the versatile and resourceful Mr. Abdul, the ever-smiling Mr. Ibidakbo, and the Amazon from the southeast, Mrs. Anazike. A round of applause for them now. All of them inspired by Architect Tangiwa. Aha!
Of the MD, which is the rent zone under the leadership of the MD CEO Shehu Usman OCD. Please, a round of applause for on at the FMBN as an institutional enabler. Very distinguished guest ladies. Sub-Saharan African Building Materials Company, no other but Lafarge Africa PLC. Please put your hands together for Engineer Ayo Osho, Head Technical Services and Product Development for this presentation. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Standing on existing protocol, I want to sincerely appreciate the housing fair, the African International Housing Fair. This is really engaging. Industry heads have been here, and all the discussion that we have had for the past 2 days are really motivating, and all the take-home hope will apply them. The presentation. So we are expecting the presentation. Also, the troop from the FBN, if you come in, you mistake them for Nollywood actress. They really did well. A round of applause for them. Okay, I will be, because we have limited time, I will continue. Hopefully the slide will come up as we proceed. So we are Lafarge African PLC, a member of the Holcim Group. We're a global leader in innovation, development. Proceed to the next slide. So we have our footprint all around the world. We are in 2,300 active sites across the globe with over 70,000 employees with a net sales of about 23 billion CHF. As a leader in the sustainable industry, we have a net zero pledge by 2030 for zero carbon emission. And this has been by the SDG. 1/3 of our solutions is green solutions. And this fair has also captured the importance of going green, and Lafarge, as a reputable organization, we are going green. This has enabled us to invest in R&D. We have over 300 scientists working on green solutions across the world, and we have about 1,500 patent products already released in the market. We supported over 100 startups on green products and innovation. Our business segment include the cement industry, which we are all known for, but that is not limited. We also operate the aggregate business. We have the ready-mix business and also construction solution products. So basically, people mistake us for just cement company, but we are not just cement company. We are a building solution company that is renowned for creating a greener planet through innovation and operational excellence. Our footprint is around all over the country. We have about 4 cement plants, 7 ready-mix plants, and 1 mortar plant. And we have our depot all around Nigeria. Our products include our mother brand cement. We have the Elephant Cement in the west, Ashaka Sem in the north, and Unisem in the east. We also have a tile adhesive for tiling of our walls and our floors, known as Superfees. We also have 2 innovation products, which I will demonstrate later in the presentation, and we have Superset for concrete block makers. We have the PowerMass cement for infrastructural development. We have ready-mix concrete and special eco-friendly concrete known as EcoPact. We also have cement for road stabilization, which is the RoadSem cement. We have the surface-resistant cement and oil well cement for the oil and gas industry. So the first of our newest innovation is the low-carbon cement, which is known as the Unisem EcoPlanet cement. This cement has the ability of, during the production stage, 30% less carbon footprint was emitted during its production versus conventional cement. And this was done without compromising the cement performance. Some of the qualities of this cement is that it lowers the CO2 emission during production without compromise on strength. The CO2 reduction calculation was done through the environmental product declaration methodology, scope 1, 2, and 3. And all these applications, the cement application can be used for all your projects, including your individual home builders, just like me and you, infrastructural projects, and your concrete block. It is globally available in 35 countries, and we are happy to inform you that it's now in Nigeria. This cement is suitable for people that are looking for advanced sustainable building certifications such as BREEAM, LEED, and EDGE. You can move to the next slide. You can use it for your structural elements such as column, beams, ground floor slab, suspension slab, and all reinforced light industrial floor slab. You can also use it for your door, bricklaying, skin coat, floor screed, on-site block making. The next product is the water sheet cement. You know, water is a very big challenge, and we have the first waterproofing cement in Nigeria. This is known as the water sheet cement. it has come to end all your water wahala. So you look at your house, you see a lot of dampness, especially in Abuja, we have groundwater as a reaction. This cement is coming to save you of all those stress. Efflorescence as a result of salt that moves through water, and corrosion of steel as a result of water touching your steel in your concrete. All these are challenges that water causes to building. And Lafarge, as an innovative company, has brought a solution to solve all these problems. So how does it solve it? It solves it through damp resistance, efflorescence resistance. When water is not moving, the ability of moving salt in between your structure is not there. Corrosion resistance is also, as long as water is not moving, water cannot touch your reinforcement inside your concrete to corrode it and weaken your structure. Also, breathability, especially in southern Nigeria, I saw a lot of people putting ties around their houses wall. That is not necessary and is not even a good practice. They just want to cover the ugly nature of the wall as a result of water impact on the wall, all those algae you see on the wall. So they use ties. But with this water sheet cement, if you use it, your wall will be clean, it will be able to breathe, and your structure will last better. So who are the target users? Individual home users, mason, contractors and government, real estate developers, builders, professionals, engineers, and architects. So you can use it for your foundation, your DPC, your concrete roof slab, and all areas with. We have a skit, short 2 minutes video. Okay, I will do a little demonstration to the people at the front seat. Then, thank you very much. You can play it. Wow.
Introduce the solution, Lafarge Water Shield Cement.
Thank you very much, Lafarge Africa PLC, for that presentation. As he goes round to do show an example of what he was talking about to the people in the front. A round of applause for them once again. Head of Product Management, Ronke Olajubu, for her presentation. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Ronke Olajubu, representing Badger Paints Nigeria PLC, the first and leading paint makers in Nigeria. We can't talk about housing without the mention of paint and coatings, and that is what Badger Paints majors in. We produce paints and coatings that are suitable for tropical use. We formulate to meet the needs of our customers. I'll make the presentation very short. I'd like we know how to be and also for protection of assets. A lot of funds have been put into the housing project, and we have decorative products, and we also have a protective range of products. Paints are also used for communication. Now, even in the housing projects, you need to mark the work areas, the parking lots. We have industrial products like the road marking paints that would meet such needs. So I'll go on straight to the product range. In Badger, we feature in paints and coat base, the solvent base coatings. We have the gloss, we have the emulsion, and also the test coat. Apart from that, in the standard segment is the Superstar. That's our brand name, and it's actually a brand you need to use in your next product. It also offers both water-based coatings. We have project paints for real estate developers, because when you build and you sell, you transfer, the customer may want to choose a color of their choice. And so for presentation of your housing projects, we could put so that the presentation will be wonderful. I'll also have to mention preparatory materials, because paint quality and performance is 70% of the surface preparation. And so the surface must be properly prepared. It must be suitable for painting. And we have special preparatory materials that help your surface so that the paint will be able sterilizing solution. You know, we're in the rainy season, and you can see greenish growth all around. You know, these are algae, fungi, you know, and they thrive during the sides and to sterilize that your finished paint does not disfigure, you know, the walls after decoration. We have our wall putty, which we call rough hide, and we have made it simple by giving that name. You have a surface that is rough, a soft sections, and so the wall putty is suitable for both interior and exterior use to give you a perfect finish before the painting. Amongst our variants for the different categories, we have, you know, different products like the matte finish. That's the conventional emulsion paint. We have the mid-sheen, which we call the silk finish, and we have the satin finish, though a water-based, but it's a washable emulsion paint, and it's good for high traffic areas, for reception, for the children's room, and other high traffic areas with light washing, light scrubbing. You can get it as clean as possible. And so for each of these water-based category, whether you're talking of the matte finish that would not shine, the mid-sheen, the silk finish, or the conspicuous gloss, which is the satin, we have for various brands, Premium, Luxor, Superstar, which is the standard brand, and of course, these can also be customized. In addition, because we also offer for protection, we have coatings that help you to resist rust and corrosion. We have those that are for the conventional or the normal environments, where you don't have maybe salt or chemical interference. So we have the conventional red oxide primer, and we also have specialty products where you have where you're building factories, refineries, and the rest of it, or when you have houses or projects that are in very saline environments. Badger Paint is there for you for whatever category of housing projects, be it residential private or public organizations, and also for industrial purposes. We offer you free technical service to give the right product recommendation. In addition, Badger Paints provide what I call the total coating system. We will offer to you right from the primer or the undercoat. We would give you a tie coat, and we will give you the finish coat. So you can have the total coating system. We have a subsidiary with the handles painting. We call it Swift Painting. We make use of sophisticated equipment as well as skilled is around. We'll have your contact, we'll visit your site and give you the right product recommendation to suit your project's budget size. Thank you very much for listening. Badger Paints, Nigeria PLC, first and leading paint makers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Oh my God. So, sir, I begged for 2, but they are begging that we add 1 more. As an Oliver Twist, sir, please. Just 1 more. 3 minutes and he'll be done. Can I go ahead, sir? Thank you very much. Jackie Dow, Fabcom Structural Limited General Manager, please. Deputy General Manager, please come to your presentation quickly. Thank you. Thank you, FMBN. Thank you, MDCO. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, MC. And before I come, I was invited for 15 minutes speech. Now he asked me 2 minutes. I add 1 minute more speech. Thank you, everyone, for coming for this Abuja International Housing Show. Since 2018, I was here to Nigeria for the Deputy Managing Director for Sinoma, Nigeria. That's a whole same Lafarge and the big speech. Since 2008, in Nigeria, all the cement plant was contracted by our company, Sinoma. And now I want to introduce our company in short time. And we evolved about the building material for this. And recently, from 2014, before we only do the construction, we came here work with Nigeria people. But now, because for me, you can see I'm dressing, and Nigeria is my second mother country. I stay in China almost 20 years, but in Nigeria more than 10 years, 12 or 13 years. So Nigeria is my mother country. So I love Nigeria. Even Hausa people, Igbo, Yoruba, Arab people. It's very, very helpful and very, very, very friendly. Now, let me introduce my company. This is my company, Sinoma Fabcom. This is one. What we are doing now is for the roofing, all kind of roofing type, in solar energy, stone-coated roofing, long span, galvanized zinc, everyone. Sorry. And what we do that, we source locally and we made in Nigeria. Is that you no need to go abroad and to import. So believe me, recently we try our best to reduce the cost for all Nigeria people, to ordinary people. So if the people no need to go abroad to purchase and use the Naira, dollar, and to buy. So they can buy in Nigeria. We will employ more and more Nigeria staff. In our company, and we have the management is all Nigeria people, and we have our Nigeria staff. The position is that over 94% in the factory is Nigeria people. So our foreign people, that what we came here, we have to train Nigeria people. We have to get a very good relation to give them job and to give all Nigeria people to the good product. This is that. And even we have another product is that fiber cement board for the partition. Before this one, and they also import for gypsum. But this kind of this one, you see our Uche and Fabcom and Mr. Prince, and even our head of sales. Yesterday he arrived from Lagos, Mr. Lei. He's the head of the sales director. And what we are done in Nigeria, and we want to contribute to Nigeria. Last, I want to make 2 words to share with you. The first word is share. we came to Nigeria to share with all Nigeria people and share the Chinese culture and Nigeria culture. Second is love. You know, we have to love each other, love our colleague, love our family, and we have love our competitor. Because our competitor in Nigeria make us to have to improve our quality, reduce our price. So who will get the benefit is the Nigeria ordinary people. This is what we are doing. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. 3 minutes. 15 minutes to 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. We appreciate you, Mr. Jack Dai. He's a Nigerian now. He got the name Balarabe from Kano. If he goes to Kano now, he eats even tuwon shinkafa and danwake. Well, I want to appeal to all of us and to appreciate the management and staff of FMBN. Please, can we clap for them? This is the only MD that will sit through other people's presentation inside his own time. That is rent to own. They just rented apartment inside FMBN. It's practical. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. I know that we are going through a lot. All of us are. But the next thing, very quickly, is to introduce one more person from FMBN, I promise you. Not an outsider. Yes, at some point, we thought he was an outsider because he had a distinguished political career, which include 2 terms as member of the House of Representatives, where he represented the people of Al-Kalari, Kilfi, 2007 to 2019. There are numerous committees, such as chairman of the subcommittee on Federal Housing Authority and deputy chairman of the Committee on Nigeria-Saudi Parliamentary Friendship and Hajj Affairs. These are key positions that makes him qualified to sit with us on our board. He's passionate about housing. He founded Hinterland to develop properties for sale, lease, and rental, prior to his role, including deputy director at the ministry. But ladies and gentlemen, help us, and to help us pull a vote of thanks is an illustrious and seasoned professional with a remarkable 53-year career spanning public service, academia, and politics, currently serving as the Executive Director of Loans and Mortgage Services at the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for this man whose experience and expertise to dedication has been pivotal in shaping Nigerian housing landscape. Honorable Mohammed Sani Abdul. Please put your hands together for him. He's a full PhD, and I must so respect him. These are people who went into politics without being dirty. Please put your hands together one more time for him.
Thank you very much. Oh, I can use this one. I will start by thanking everybody from bottom up. The very patient audience, the organizers of this epic occasion, members of staff and operatives of FMBN, the members of the 6th REN, that is the journalists who have been covering us and spreading the message worldwide. In the executive management of FMBN, the lion of MBN, my managing director, who is actually the captain and the leader of the Lion's Den, because we operate as lion that devour homelessness, poverty, and lack of hope. Again, I have to go upwards. We are operating under the elephant of the housing industry.
an architect of national repute, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, the minister, the first ever minister of urban development area. When I make a task, because from the first day to yesterday and today, I have seen people make their mark. Then how can I do that mark which they have made? I said, no, I wouldn't do that. Rather, I will redefine myself and remind us of the highlight, at least from yesterday. A fantastic, nobody than the chairman of the ceremony. He has contributed immensely by defining a policy which Nigeria must adopt. And I'm not talking about any person less than Pastor Matthew Oshile Molowo. He has defined something which we must do if the housing sector must succeed, and not only succeed, but make it affordable at the bottom rock prices, access to location, and also beneficial to the lowest 70 percentile of this region. And that is the issue of life. What is has already, and he's our candidate. That we are in a period of 2 months. The renewed hope agenda of Mr. President of live over 100,000. We were in Gombe, we were in Ekiti, we were in Lafia, Lagos, and many other already. 25,000, 250,000 units here, 500 here. And believe me, what you want to understand is not just the construction of South, multiplier effect in the economy that is churning the entire economy. I remember when he inaugurated this management committee in his boardroom, that housing should be the principal driver of our economy, oil and gas. Because oil and gas is a depleting resources. But I know one of the best building economists the world has ever witnessed, Professor Ivor C. Lee, in his book, The Economics of Housing, said that whoever earns more than what he eats, the next thing is to put it in the ground. And that in the ground is the development of housing. And therefore, the economy of any country is trapped in the houses it delivers. And also the quality of the economy is well exhibited by the kind of houses it delivers. And hence the position of FMBN within the center core of the housing delivery of the Nigerian housing policy. This is very important, and these are policy statements which are being implemented by our mother ministry. He also instituted the housing reform committees, 3 of them, and one of the bastion of that is the issue of land reform. Land reform, it means that land should go to the people who deserve it in order to move the nation and the country forward. And I'm very, very happy the committees have already almost finished their work, and they have paid us courtesy call, and they have really shared what they are doing with us. And what I'm so grateful is that whenever it goes round or whatever comes round, FMBN is at the center. And so this day, all the housing, it's not like going to market and buying groundnut and chopping. It's a process. And that's why I'm so happy that the process is now being sold out through the nation, and people are seeing what it means. That it's not just like you go to Sainsbury's, or you go to ShopRite, or you go to Next, or you go to Garki Market, or Wuse Market and pick something and go home. No, it's a process, it's a continuous thing, and that's why our products are now bringing you over in the housing delivery system, which is very important. There are so many things that has changed the housing landscape, the policy landscape, and the economic landscape of Nigeria. It has just started. And I believe in the next 5 to 10 years, you will see that housing is the foremost sector of the economy. I will stop there. Person also delivered the speech of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And another speech, they give excuses because there were 3 important bills that were being considered yesterday, one of which is the minimum wage bill, which has on housing delivery access. The other one bill, that means budget, you know, criminal. We have seen one of the panelists giving the nexus between crime and housing. So they are very important. They could not come, but they have sent able people. And in particular, the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Honorable Abdulmumin Jibrin, has also defined some important policy thrust, where he's talked about coordination of all, you know, in regulation, everything must be regulated. In chaos, he talks about this issue of incentives in all means. I think not only FMBN, but also RADAN, MBAN, ministry, and even the presidency should look at this carefully. Because if we operate as a chorus, we're able to achieve our objectives. But it's a vote of thanks for everybody that has been here, and I've been saddled with this responsibility, and I will finalize by 2 messages. Number 1, I want to sound a warning. Please, a developer is not a contractor. They should be able to live up to their responsibility. And they know it, because when they come to the accredited you are giving a checklist, and you know packaging, inter-account settlements, and foreclosing are as important as getting the loan and constructing the houses. So they must play this, because part of the problem before was that they shackle these last responsibilities, they bring phantom of takers, and at the end of it all, they leave us with bad loans, white elephant projects replete all over the country, and people are not benefiting. The new dawn in FMBN is that we will not do any project that is not taking cognizance of these three things at the end, so that immediately we do, we will make sure that the off-takers are there, they have taken, and they have entered their houses, just like we have seen in our drama. That's number one. Number two, which is the closing one, is that you have to understand that whatever we do, we need a political backing. And I want to thank the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju, Jagaban, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Definitely, within 1 year, he has provided the enabling environment to everybody to express himself. So whoever is listening to us, whoever has graced this occasion, I want to tell you, you have a role to play. If you are not an investor, if you are not a developer, if you are not a loanee, at least you sleep in houses. And therefore, you are a player. Find yourself how you can be a positive advisor, a positive participant in the housing sector, because definitely is the biggest economy driving institution of governance in Nigeria. With this, I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate everybody, and honestly, I will not leave until, is Mr. Fake here? Is he still here? Please, we will close by thanking everybody with once more the Atama. So come over here and do the Atama for us.
Thank you very much. Atama is tongues, Atapa is Hausa.
FMBS, can we all rise up to our feet? The first Atama we did in the morning, I paid for the copyright in the money from we know who in FMBN. So this one, if he charges me extra money for this one, sir, you take care of that, sir. All right, sir. FMBS staff, Atama, 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 Labako, 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 Labarina, Labarina. One more time. Labarina. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Take your seats. There is a special way I'll announce before the MD will leave. But I want to inform all FMBM staff, please, before you leave today, I'm sure some of you will stay behind till 6. Make sure you visit 2 booths. The first one is your booth. It's there. Good to see it. In fact, you sign register. You work today. Try to the office. Then the second booth, you also need to visit Lafarge, because they are your partners and they are your friends. Visit them. They are also there. I also want to appeal to us that after this, don't hurry away. Oga has closed you for today. We have a very special discussion immediately after this. It's called Building Better, Building Cheaper. Building better, building cheaper. If you collect loan, 20 million, and they give you an idea to build a house for 5 million, don't you have something to marry another wife? I mean, sorry, to... So That was not part of it, really, advice. To also inform us, we especially appreciate every one of us who's here, and we'll very honorably thank the MD and excuse him to leave. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have you with us. Thank you. He will be escorted by the president. All other members of please ask you to remain, please. He wants to go and see the chairman of executive director. The rest of us, please. Thank you. So very quickly, we'll want to go in straight into the next panel, discussion, building better, building cheaper, local manufacturing and building components. Please, this is very important for us. And I know that we'll just see the MD off and all of us will come back to continue this discussion. May I invite our panelists, our moderator for this panel, who will in turn invite all the others to join him. May I therefore invite our director, Green STEM Group, who is also a director at the AIHS. Let's especially appreciate Mr. Adeni Akinlusi to come and do us the honors. Please put your hands together for him. Please clap for him, clap for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could Atama, but not from FMBN, but I'm sure the two Atamas we had earlier will stand in for us. Thank you. This is a very, very important session, as been earlier stated, and I will call on stage first the people that are making the presentations. Deliberately, this session is not in the format of panel discussion because of the importance. But let me call on stage the two presenters. I have the honor of calling on Professor Samson Duna, DG, Nigerian Building Research Center. Please, can you give him a round of applause? Thank you, sir. I will now call on Mrs. Bola Tito Jibode, Deputy Managing Director, Lekki Free Zone. We have been told about what women are doing in housing, how they are making the difference. Can you give a round of applause, please? Now, to situate this session properly, having had a session 2 days ago talking about data, and we were told that from the data we have, a lot of us, a lot of Nigerians are in low income bracket, which means more than 60% of Nigerians are in low income bracket. That's a fact. We've also had a session now on FMBN, and FMBN is there to fund and provide funding for housing the low income people. The logical conclusion, the next stage, the only session fit to take after is a session on building better, building cheaper. And that's why we're having this session now. We are going to be listening to two presentations, one from the DG of MBRRL, how can we build better, how can we build cheaper? What exactly is the evidence, what is the results of local research, and how can we commercialize this? That's one. And of course, even if you have that, where do you want to situate this production plant? We have been talking about having a suitable environment that will support housing. And that is why Mrs. Bola Tito Ajibode is here today to tell us what is available. How can we support housing production, housing components, so that we can build. Thank you. Well, call up we had the presentation, and now Mrs. Bola Tito Ajibode. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe they put it on the slide. Secretarial, can I have the slide, please? Is the slide ready? While they're preparing the slides, I'm standing in for the Professor Samson Duna. I'm Engineer Dr. Jibrin Sule, representing the DG, who wanted to have been here personally, but he couldn't make it. He was here yesterday, and he felt that the vacuum should not be left. So I needed to come here to represent him. So I'm a Deputy Director in Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute. So I'm here to represent him. So whatever I say here is going to be held responsible, not me. So ours is research, and in time we will try as much as possible to show how some of the things we've done so far, so that we can have at least a result at the end of the day. The slides, is it ready? Okay, fine. You just follow as I speak. So the outlines of the presentation is shown. In the outline, we have the introduction. I will have what we call the conventional building materials. We have the NIBRI alternative building materials. We must say what we actually so the result to the field to see actually we've done. Then we have the challenges that we faced, and we have the conclusions and the recommendations. NIBRI is a research institute. So all what I'm going to say here is going to be based on research on what we've actually done so far. There's a lot of things we've done, but because of the time, I want to say much of them, but little out of what we've done, I will explain. Having said that, housing, we know it constitutes an important infrastructures in every society. Everybody needs housing. So without housing, you cannot live. So despite the importance attached to this housing, the providing adequacy to get this housing is become a problem in Nigeria. So we try as much as possible to ensure that all these things we are doing, we'll be able to provide the affordable housing. And that's all our research, and that's all what we in NIBRI were doing. Nigeria is facing with a lot of difficulties in bridging the gap. The Nigerian government is trying as much as possible to ensure that you bridge this gap between affordable housing and the population. The population keeping increasing. What government is trying as much as possible to ensure that it meets up the gap. But despite that, we still have deficiency in housing. So we in NIBRI will try as much as possible to ensure that we research on materials that can at least give us affordable housing. The NIBRI is, as a research institute, was established in 1978. So most of our activities centered on research, and a sections of the NIBRI, which is a building, will carry most of the activities in terms of our building. So for you to have a house, we all know about 50 to 80% of our housing is building materials. And this building material is what increases all the issue, the effect of the housing. If you can able to reduce the cost of maybe the building material, we will try as much, will get at least decrease affordable housing. But in as much as the building materials are not being reduced, each day you may not have affordable house. And the research shows that if you can use 20 to 30% of your annual salary to get house, then we can say house is affordable. But if it's above that, then the house is not affordable. And I want to tell each and every one of us here today that even if not 20 to 30%, as I said, but even use your whole salary today, the annual salary, you may not get a house in Nigeria. So we try as much as possible to ensure that we get materials that is affordable and is cheap, so that everybody can afford a house. So this paper will just give you some little knowledge about the alternative building materials, what we've actually did in the past. First, before we get there, we have what we have our conventional materials. We all know the conventional building materials, we all know, is about our cement, the timbers. We have the cement, timbers, wood, glass. They're all, but most are expensive. So how do we do to get this material cheaper? So what we did was to try as much as possible to ensure that the product will have what we call the stabilized art block. This stabilized is not a new thing, but we in NIBRI will try as much as possible. We started with hydrofoam, which the hydrofoam we used, and at the end of the day, we did the back engineering to ensure that we have our product being done in Nigeria, everything locally. So we produce these machines locally, and we use laterite. That we have our laterite, we have our blocks to produce. I don't know, let me get to the slides. Go to page, so that's what I'm talking about. Go to page 9 on the slide. So this is our blocks. And these blocks we try as much as possible to ensure that we produce it. Not ordinary, we have a borrow pit where you can get this laterite. And we test the laterite before making the blocks. And that's the characteristics, the properties of the blocks are shown in the slides. The machines will produce them locally to ensure that we do these blocks. And we all know that the cost of our material. So you can have everything intact. Your reinforcement has to be, you are the rest that you can reduce the percentage of your cost. So go to the next slide. Next slide. Now it's typical. Let me follow so that we get it as it is. This is the blocks. Now this block it's interlocking. You fix them up, and at the end of the day, within 3-5 days, you can put up, no matter the structure look like, you can put them together. And this is the method at which we put on our blocks. Next slide. Yes, all these ones, because that's the advantage of having these blocks, because the strength, because based on what we've done, we try as much as to know the strength of those blocks. And the strength has actually passed the test of time. It's easy to construct it. In fact, the test has been shown that it's bulletproofed. So even though we would not actually put anybody to try the bullet, but we all know that because of the density of the block, you can actually bulletproof it, and it's easy to design. And some of these are some of the structures we actually produce our blocks. All the structural elements are there, but the welding activities, that is what we're about. We try as much as possible to go to the extent of comparing using our conventional blocks and these blocks and see how much is going to give us the reductions. Next slide. Next slide. So this is some of the reduction we did. All other elements is the same, but the welding and partition are different if you are using our own materials. So if you are using a 1-bedroom flat, this is the cost you may likely incur. Next slide. Next, yeah, for 2-bedroom flat, this is what you can incur at the end of the day. Next slide. Next slide. The three bedrooms. No. Okay, before this. Yeah, for 3-bedroom flat, you are going to incur. Next slide. So at the moment, don't know the difference. Those first bedroom, first, second, and third bedrooms. How do we arrive at all those figures? This is actually how we arrive at. We know that our blocks per square meter, it occupies about 40 blocks. So in doing that, if you do the mathematics, for you to get a square meter, how much it will only cost you? Using it both NIBRI blocks and conventional blocks. So you mathematically, if you do that, you cost. that I've enumerated before. Next slide. Bamboo. Within our scaffolding to have what a bamboo, which because in Nigeria is being underutilized. We are not using, but NIBRI try as much as possible to ensure that we have what we call the bamboo laminated panels. So we use them for other ceiling petitioning in any other areas you want. Next slide. Next slide. This is the bamboo. That's the mode of productions. We arrive at what we have laminated bamboo panel. We use them for scaffold, for other ceiling or petitioning your wall, another area that can. We'll try them as assessment. You will see the detail of it in the next slide. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Now, the product, no. Next slide, yeah. So the next product is our roofing tiles. We'll try as much as possible to ensure that roofing occupies some of the percentage of our cost. So we want to do these ones locally. What we did is, these are the materials we use to produce our roofing tiles. Now, these materials, we've demonstrated that they can withstand the test of time. And NIBRI, what it did is that it has produced a house using all the roofing tiles, which will stand the test of time. For the past 2 years, the roofing tiles maintain the test of time. No problem about that. Next slide. Next slide. So we have, yes, so we have what we call the cementitious materials, which we classify them as NIBRI Pozzolana. This one is one of the factors because we are talking of cement. Cement has been increasing every day. We know for the past few days, we understand that the cement used to be 5,000, now it goes to 10,000, 13,000 as the case may be. But we'll come up with the solutions that if we can have a pozzolana, because this pozzolana it has a cementinous property, but it cannot replace cement. But because that's cementinous properties, if you mix some certain percentage of this pozzolana with cement, it can give want. Use this percentage, certain percentage you can use, depending other 50, 50, 50, 30 as the case may be, but depending on the structural applications you're going to use. We'll have them and we'll produce them. We'll have a factory, a proto plant in Ota and Ogun State. Next one, please. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the factory because we try as much as possible to have the prototype. All materials of men result at the end of the day. Next slide. So in applying all this dismantle blocks. The is key. You didn't use mortar to put them. You can dismantle all these blocks and take them to another area. We have what we call dismantle house, which the next slide will show you. Go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the dismantle house. All the materials, all the structural elements are there, stand still. The walling activities there is our NIBRI blocks. Now, these NIBRI blocks, you can take them from this area. If maybe you don't want it, you can take this block to another area to ensure that you get your product. You get another house. If maybe you are not comfortable with this area, so you can take them to the next area. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, it's just an application because we use all these materials. We'll use it for building what? 1 bedroom, 3 bedrooms, as the case may be. And this is what we actually demonstrated. Next one. Next slide. Yeah, the bamboo now. So the bamboo, like I said initially, we use them as a reinforcement. So what we did was to try to ensure that this one, as we are using that as a reinforcement, can they withstand the test of time? So we try to use what they call it, a 1-story building, using the bamboo as a reinforcement. So, but we have to add a bit of the reinforcement, little bit of it, not completely bamboo, but we use them to build up and it's now as the building is standing in Ota, where we are demonstrating to see how long this material is going to last, and then we can now say that yes, this bamboo, after treating, you can get them. Next slide, you see the applications. Go to the next slide. Now, this is the one bedroom, the one-story building we try to use the bamboo. And all the materials you see in these structures are bamboo. In fact, 80% are bamboo. So in fact, the structure is built in stand in Ota as I speak with you, and we want to monitor it within a certain period of time to be sure that yes, actually these materials are of good use to all of us. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, the challenges. So the challenges we all know. Challenges is the government policy. There's no government policy is backing up that, okay, this material is this material is this. So at the end of the day, you have a problem at the end of the day because there's no any government backup. We also think of issue of acceptability. Will people accept it? Yes. Some people feel, no, this material is inferior, I can't do it. Or I don't like this material because I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. The durability and the strength. Some people could be thinking how durable they are, how the strength of these materials, but all of us in NIBRI will try as much as possible. Any material we're presenting today, we'll try to find out that is it durable, is it strength, is it okay or not okay? We've tested all those ones, and any material we're presenting in NIBRI, it has passed the test of time. Next slide. The challenges continue, yes. Some people, the lack of technical know-how, some people don't actually know how to do it, and it's a problem to us. Also, issue of maintenance is also a challenge because a lot of people think that how do I maintain these materials after being produced? The next one is issue of no, because who will first do it? Who will first do it? Just like that bamboo building. Some people feel, will I be the first one to go and stay there? What if it collapses? So, if fear of no is an issue. Next slide. Next slide. Well, in conclusion, we all know that increase in funding in research and development will help all of us, and we also try as much as to tell the government if they can try as much as possible to ensure that they support the research and development to put more effort in doing the research, because without funding, basically nothing will come out of it. Thank you very much.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you for a job well done. Yes. Thank you so much. Before I call on the next presenter, what he has done is to tell us that locally, in fact, before that, data tells us from National Institute of Quantity Surveyors that between 60 to 70% of housing components we need for low-income houses are produced in Nigeria. I'll say that again. Between 60 to 70% of local components we need for housing for low income are produced in Nigeria. So what is the issue? The issue is a supply gap issue. Demand is the local supply. Things are complementary. We don't have scalable volume to meet this local demand. A lot of imports coming to complement this. So certainly, if you have locations, if you have environments that support local production, that may be a lot easier. Two things are required. One, a good location for that, and of course, the support of government with fiscal incentives and other incentives to encourage local production in larger quantity. And for those who are producing now, how can they be encouraged and further incentivize expansion, creating areas, importing from abroad? How can we and produce these things locally? If we do that, certainly it will reduce the cost of housing, particularly for low income. And of course, we can start creating jobs here rather than shipping jobs. The more we import, the more we are shipping jobs abroad, the more we are creating jobs and employment for those outside the country. With this, I'll now call on Mrs. Bola Tito Ajibode, Deputy Managing Director of Electric Free Zone, to talk about to make sure and to provide a good development for. Thank you. I'll give a round of applause. She has a presentation. Can you please put it up?
Let me stand on the existing protocol. I say good afternoon to everyone. I kind of like the theme for this session, talking about building better, building cheaper. How do we build better? How do we build cheaper? I want the for a good job office keep research into materials that can actually help us to build better and cheaper. Can I? Okay. Can I use the pointer?
Can you please pull up our slides, please?
Yeah, it's up. So we'll be talking about how we build better and cheaper. And the last speaker has actually alluded to some of the things that I'm going to be saying here. It was as if we were in the same room to put our papers together. Thank you. My first slide is talking about the Maslow theory that we're all taught in school. That the basic needs of human, at the physiological level, you have food and you have housing. Sometimes, if you even want to really rate it, some people would say that housing comes before food. I'm a Yoruba lady. They say that what you eat in your house, nobody knows. The man that is hungry, he has a roof over his head, may not be time to be a poor man. Next slide. Famous Nelson Mandela described his house as a matchbox. He said, and I will quote. Sorry, I can't see very well. Let me quote from here. He said, it was the opposite of ground. That is, this house you see here is not ground. It was my first true home of my own. And I was mightily proud. And he concluded by saying, a man is not a man until he has a house of his own. This is quite instructive. And we all witnessed what happened during the drama, that a man without a house is not a man. And you then wonder, there are countries all over the world where affordable housing is not a problem. And if you go to my left, you see Oman on that list, small Oman. You see South Africa on that list. Around the world, if you go through one by one, my beloved country, Nigeria, is not on that list. And I go again to Africa. Next slide. If you go to Africa, on top of that list again is South Africa. My beloved country, Nigeria, is not on this list. And I wonder why. Nigeria is so endowed. We are so endowed. What it takes to build the matchbox of the late Nelson Mandela, we have it. God has blessed us with all the materials that we need to have a roof on our head. Talk about deposits of limestone from Abeokuta to Sokoto to Edo, limestone all over. We have steel. The production of steel in Nigeria is over 1 billion tons. We have manufacturers of cables in Nigeria. We have the roof. We have roofing sheets. We have even the red clay. You have cable. We have the wood. So, the question, next slide. What exactly is the problem? Why are we suffering in the midst of abundance? Why do we have scarcity in the midst of plenty? The answer, next slide, is that all the materials that are the one that we love, the cement, the steel, they are definitely not affordable. As much as we have huge deposits of limestone, the price of cement continues to increase, especially now that cement is also being used for road construction. So there are alternative uses. There are alternative demand for cement, which is core for our housing need. So, shouldn't we be looking at other alternatives as it's being researched by my brother and his colleagues? Isn't it time for us to start considering other alternatives, cheaper alternatives? We all travel. We all love the beauty of the city of London, right? The city of Berlin, the city around the world where you see red bricks, beautiful, that even we need very low maintenance. But my Nigerian brothers and sisters are still going the route of cement. My brother said it, they have researched into bamboo. They have researched into red bricks. And you can also have prefabs. Most of these homes that are built within days are built with prefab materials. In Lagos, we witnessed that when VGC started their mass housing units. They used prefab materials, and they were built like this. But if you keep on looking for cement upon cement, block upon block, and you don't even build during rainy season, we are the problem. We are the source of this problem. So if there's anything I want us to walk away with in this room, it's for us to have a change of mind, to switch our gear to alternative building materials. And guess what? The beauty of these alternative building materials is that they are reusable. He said it. They are reusable. If you build a 7-bedroom duplex with your beautiful cement, Lafarge cement or Boa cement or Dangote cement, if government says, sorry, you have to move this house, as they do in Abuja and in Lagos, what happens to that building? You break it down. You take nothing out. But guess what? If this was built with red brick, I can assure you that you have minimum of 70% of your materials back. Am I correct? So what are we talking about? A mind shift. Next slide. These are houses built with alternative materials. And it is that time for us to start thinking local. Yes, thinking local and thinking cheap. If nothing at all, my fellow colleague said, nobody wants to try. I don't want to be the guinea pig. But the truth of the matter is, this comes cheap, even if it's your retirement home. Try these materials. It is possible. You can lift your house from the city, and when it's time to retire, you lift that same material to your village. Period. Is it possible? It's possible. Next slide. So what are the lessons from all these countries that we so admire that have cheap housing, affordable housing? They have very strong government supports. They attract foreign direct investments. And like I said, they are cheaper and they are reusable. And they go into massive, read my lips, massive, large-scale prefab housing material. Large scale. So, next slide. If we really want to do this, there are benefits. I've said that. You have cost reduction. These materials are environmentally friendly. They are locally available. And the speed at which you produce is fast. We cannot continue with these our hollow block with the gap that we are seeing. It cannot work. As I say in South Africa, it does not work. It's not going to work to produce massively prefab materials and start looking inwards. For the rich, please go ahead with your cement. Maybe you don't belong to the people that should be hearing this message, but if you have heard it anyway, you can pass it on to those who need it. But the truth of the matter is, we need to have that shift of mind. Next slide. If you don't have that shift of mind, what we are going to see is that we continue to live in slums. We will continue to live in slums. Nigeria has an estimated 28 million housing deficits. 28 million housing deficits. How do we bridge that gap? With the same methodology of building houses. It's not going to work. And if you look at the huge investments required, it's enormous. It's huge. We are talking of how many trillions? Trillions of naira is required to bridge that gap. But we have it. We have the materials. We only need right investments. Next. Consequently, I'm going to tell you for free that where I work, Lekki Free Trade Zone, we have a couple of companies who are into building materials production. A very important one that I will draw your attention to is NNDR. NNDR is a Chinese company. They do prefab blocks. If you want to build anything, give them the job. They will do 70% of the job in their yard before they show up. And when they show up, within days, the job is finished. Next slide. When I joined Lekki Free Trade Zone, we gave NNDR a job to construct our fence, perimeter fence of over 2 kilometers. I would like you to bring up the fence of Lekki Free Trade Zone. When I gave the job out, I was agitated because of my old, the old order of building. I was expecting them to come with blocks. They said, hey, madam, we are coming to site. And when we come to site, we tell you, in 1 month, your job will be ready. I said, how? He said, come to our yard. Hello? I went to their yard, and I saw all sorts of molds. They were doing the precast. They were doing the precast. By the time they finished all the precast, my job was ready within weeks. They gave me 2-kilometer fence within Lekki Epe axis, and I border Dangote cement, Dangote refinery. Dangote will be jealous of my fence. I tell you for free, there is nothing like that in that axis. Please, I want my fence. I want to brag with my fence. The truth of the matter is, today, because of the coastal road that is passing in front of my zone, my fence, beautiful fence, is going. This 2-kilometer road fence is being encroached by the coastal road. So ask me, do you know how much I spent? Over $1 billion on this project. And here comes the almighty Lagos-Calabar coastal road. My fence will have to go. But the solace I have is that it's prefab. Can you clap for me, please? It's prefab. All I need, show me my fence, please. And you know, that logo, my logo goes down. This place, what you have here now, I have my logo on each, down to Dangote refinery. Alhaji Aliko is going to be jealous. But guess what? So I need to push my fence in now because of the coastal road. Yeah, I don't have a problem. I called NNDR. I said, Enan, what's going to happen? I said, madam, don't worry. We dismantle and rebuild. But I tell you, some of my other players on that axis, they're going to lose a lot of money because they went the other way. So what are we talking about? If you go through this methodology, we will have peace. We will have peace. Next slide. So what am I talking about? Lekki Free Zone. We have got what it takes for any material manufacturer to come and set up their factory the same way NNDR has set up their factory. Because when you want to do prefab, you need massive land. And Lekki Free Zone is sitting on 3,000 hectares of land. 3,000 hectares of land, for those of us who are familiar with Lagos, is 4 times the size of Victoria Island. So that is, am I bragging? No. That is where my factory, my company is sitting. 3,000 hectares of land. It's a joint venture between ourselves, Lagos State government, and the Chinese SOEs. Lagos State owns 40% of Lekki Free Trade Zone, and I represent Lagos State on the board. We have been around for 17 years. It's a one-stop shop. So when you come in with, if you want to set up your material production, everything you need is on site. What do you need as a manufacturer? All the infrastructure you need. Is it water, electricity? Is it security? Even all the agencies, including customs, immigrations, DSS, police, everything is on site. So when you talk about the ease of doing business, you can never get it any other place except at Lekki Free Trade Zone. So I invite you to come to Lekki Free Trade Zone to set up your building material factory. Next, come to Lekki Free Trade Zone. You have all the incentives. Company tax is free. When you are in Nigeria, here, custom area, you pay 40% company tax. So when you operate in the free zone, you have what you call tax exemption. You don't pay company tax. You have all the benefits, duty-free imports, levies, and I say it's a one-stop shop, VAT free. So all the equipment you bring in to set up your factory, they are duty-free, up to your furniture, up to your vehicles. Everything, every pin you bring to the free zone to set up your factory is duty-free. Where else do you want to go? So, lastly there, hello, last slide. I think I'm done. So, thank you very much for your rapt attention you have given me. Like I said, might not actually be, but I want you to go away with the fact that need for us to start thinking differently, because the methodology of the materials that we use today for our low housing costs is not cost effective. And it is time for us to start thinking of how to start using other materials to build our houses, to make them cheaper and better. And if there's a place you need to set up your factory, please come to Lekki Free Trade Zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bola. Please have your seat. Thank you so much. So we've heard from the two presenters. Before now, the time we were used to is instrumental construction, instrumental housing, expandable housing. You start with 1 bedroom, you can expand to 2 bedrooms, you can do 3. Now we have a new term based on what Bola said. We now have removable housing. Removable housing. And I think it's a new term. You can set up and build your house, and by the time you retire to your village, where there is peace and tranquility, you can take along 70%. I think she's have a round of applause, please. And that makes it a lot easier. And the good thing about that is a lot of us have land which have been bequeathed in the village or we've inherited. You move your house there, and the land in Lagos, since you don't require it, we can sell it. It becomes virgin land, you can sell. And of course, by the time you sell that, you have more than enough money to build about 3 or 4 houses in your village. So you have 1 you'll be living in and 3 for rental purpose. I think this is quite nice. So thank you once again for that. I said, we have a large panel just to have this presentation because there are things you need to take in, digest, and reflect deeply over. If you want to build better and build cheaper, we must have all hands on deck. Please, the floor is
Lawale Obisheson, Stratec Properties Limited. I love the presentation that I've heard. Both of you really, you just stayed me glued to listening to you. Now, Madam, and maybe the first gentleman that presented, how can we make these materials available? Okay, Stratec has a mission to actually give 1 million homes. And out of that 1 million homes between now and the next 2035, 70% of it are actually the low affordable houses. And the materials you're talking about becomes very, very crucial, very important to that dream. But how available are they? Where are you going to get all of these spread around the country? Apart from Lagos, Because I know you spoke about Lagos very well and all that, and that's fantastic. But how do you really get these materials across the country, at least in the 6 geopolitical zones, where people can easily who actually they do not have voice. They are the low income earners voice who the government are trying to actually breach. So I'm thinking that you need to find a way to connect the government to be able to make this available. If you have any other way, I want to listen. But the first thing that jumped to my mind is, how will this be available in all of the areas, all of the villages, all of the areas that are low income, needed places to be able to really access your product? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe the NBRI, you want to give it a shot first, and then Bala would add to that. Thank you.
Yeah. You said, how do we make these materials available? In the research point of view, all the materials are mentioned in the presentation. If I highlight it more, I talk of the lateral, which are very common. Every area you can find them. Any place in the country you can find them. They are very common areas, you can find them. I talk of the bamboo. The bamboo as well, you can get them. They are common. All the areas you can find them. I also talk of the roofing tiles, which we use the local material to find them. And I also talk of the pozzolana, which is a kind of supplementary to cement. All these things are common materials. I can find them everywhere. How do they make them available? At such point of view, that all these materials are available, but we need the government backing to ensure that at least these materials have been, in fact, issue of creating awareness. If people are aware that they are good, then people will patronize it. Government can make a policy that all these materials should be used in all the government facilities. People will now begin to know that this material, these materials are good. Because as it is at the moment, they are all around you, but you don't know that they are good. So it is all about awareness. With this presentation today, if government can come up and maybe bring up a policy that all this material that we've presented today, they can be used in all the areas. People will now begin to know that, even within my house, I have all these materials. So no need of going further or go somewhere to find out that, okay, I didn't get it. You go for cost materials. All these materials are within yourself. Only that you don't know. So it's the awareness, and the government backing. Thank you.
Do you want to add to that? No. Okay. Yeah, for the lady, please. Thank you. I was getting worried that we need to have gender balancing. Since I have two presenters here.
Thank you very much. Questions should be 30 seconds as we're low on time. Thank you.
I will do that. My name is Rosha Kinvios. I just want to ask, are they void of weather condition? I mean, climate condition. I want to know, is there any disadvantage? You have told us the advantage of it all. Oh, there is no disadvantage as regards using them. Like you see, these termites of a thing, the way they are, they are troubling houses in some areas this time. Are we sure that we are void of all these type of challenges as to this? That's what I want you to put little clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I understand your worry is, okay, all these local materials, are we really safe? I said they are environmentally friendly. Are we really safe? The truth of the matter is, when we use those materials raw, and I mean raw, you are probably exposed to such risk. But we want to get to a level where those materials are well treated, right? They are well treated. So if you want to use bamboo, for instance, to build a house, if you use your bamboo the way it is from bush, you cut down bamboo and you use it, definitely it will attract someone because it's still in its natural form. right? So we want to get to that stage where you have a producer or a manufacturer of bamboo slates who has treated the bamboo, and you can then buy the bamboo and you are rest assured that it's been treated and you will not have the risk of termites and the like. I hope that is clear. So that is so we are moving to the next level of well-treated local materials.
Thank you very much. Okay, a question right from the gentleman on my right. Can you have the mic? Can you on the mic and give him the mic? Thank you.
Sorry, where is this gentleman? Oh, there you are, sir. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dele Ajishafe from Centel Communications. We are particularly very interested and excited about the opportunities that Madam has talked about from the Lekki Free Trade Zone. So please, can you tell us what hurdles do we need to cross for the establishment of our organization on the Free Trade Zone? What are the basic prerequisites and for entrepreneurs? Thank you very much.
I want to believe you want to come in for a large-scale production, because in the free zone, we sell minimum of 1 hectare of land. So that's the first order. So you want to set up a factory in the custom area, Nigeria, you have 1-2 plots, you can start. In the free zone, the minimum is 1 hectare, and we sell in dollars because we are technically not in Nigeria. All free zones in Nigeria operate in foreign currency. So those are the two main challenges. But regardless, we know that a lot of Nigerians are struggling with those two major factors. Hence, we are only able to attract more foreign companies. But so we have we brought down our scale such that if you come in, you don't have to pay for the full amount at a go. So we allow you to pay small, if you get what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there are no more questions. I may just give the closing remarks before we have the photograph. What we've had here today is one, over 70% of housing components for low-income housing are in Nigeria, and a lot is being done by NBRR. Can you give them a round of applause? And what we require is for government as a policy, particularly for building low-income housing. A lot has been said today. You are creating. I'm also aware that if you use red bricks, it is fire resistant. It's fire resistant. So even if there is a fire outbreak, to a large extent, it's a lot easier. When you use red bricks as well, it is even cooler inside. So you need to, air conditioning power consumption will be less. So there are lots of advantages. So what needs to be done is how we can support NBBRR with large-scale production. And a lot of this may come from private sector. If you see opportunities, let us see how we can work with them. Yes, government will come in and use this as well. So that's one. And for Lekki Free Zone, we have also been told, if you want to reduce cost, if you want to avoid cost of Naira devaluation, because each day Naira is being devalued, you have to import in dollars, and you may continue. Government is doing all to stem this. But if it's being produced locally, at least you are sure you have staved off that increasing depreciation in cost. And you are closer to your market. You are producing locally, you are creating jobs. And this is the way to go, to ensure that we can house our low-income people and have more Nigerians owning their houses and reduce this 28 million housing deficit. Thank you very much for standing with us throughout this session and for participating. A round of applause again for my presenters, and before we have the group photograph.
They will now be commencing for photography as we move into our next session. Thank you very much for your time, patience. We'll be swiftly moving on to the next session as they take photos. Please join them. Apologies. One of our individuals had a question and I completely missed him, but we are spent on time right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we had a wonderful time today. We'll be here again tomorrow. Let's come on early so we can enjoy